Hello! Hello, Igor! Oh wow! Thank you for subbing, RT. Thank you for the second month. Do you want to choose your reward? If you want. Yeah, so big news, I got COVID. So we're gonna play, which is why I was not streaming for a week, a bit longer. Just been trying to recover. I'm feeling much better now, but I'm still a bit ill. I just missed you guys too much. But anyway, this is the diseased stream. I know. Ugh. And it's not even the first time I get COVID, it's the second fucking time. And I'm pretty sure, like, I don't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure that last year I got it around the same time. It's almost a fucking anniversary. Oh! Well, I uploaded these emotes, like, weeks ago, and they finally went through approval. It's been ages. But yeah, how you guys been? This one was approved exactly. Yeah, this was the last one. Just fucking excited. I'm not feeling like this right now. Oh, maybe a little bit. Oh, Jesus. But yeah, I don't know how long I'm gonna stream for today. Just gonna see, which is why also like it's half 9. And even a tier 2 mode too. But not for plebs like me. It's fine, you'll get there. I love all my subscribers equally. But yeah, I don't have animated emotes yet or tier 3 emotes. Just couldn't be bothered. Oh, hello Mr. Reeds, hello. Have you heard the news? I'm sick with the fever. Well, not anymore, but I'm ill. But boy. Don't even get me started on COVID, Jesus. Okay. Does it say there that it's for 1 minute? Okay. So, just give me a second. Gonna put the timer. Give me a second. Why am I fucking up again? We're doing it though, we're doing it. So for those of you who don't know, don't even get me started. So it used to be a game that me and my friends it's a game that me and my friends used to play. Where basically, so the idea of the game, usually you play it like as a group, and so one person gets chosen, and then people just give them a random topic. Can be anything like fucking chickens, and they have to come up with a like passionate rant for a minute on that topic. So obviously, like, it works better with like stupid topics, like fucking ranting about chickens, you know, for 1 minute. But yeah, so let's do the don't even get me started on COVID for 1 minute. It's been a while since I played. So, yeah, let's try it. And let's try, there's an extra challenge, try not to get banned for saying something controversial by accident. Okay, so, for RT, don't even get me started on COVID. Okay, don't even fucking get me started on COVID because I've been coughing and wheezing and I've been having this dizziness. But the problem is, at this point, I don't even fucking know this is COVID or just normal flu because it's been so long since I heard of people having regular flu that you don't even fucking know anymore. I mean, every day I look up the symptoms and there's new one. They just keep adding new symptoms. Like anything they don't know what's wrong with you, it's fucking COVID. So you read there like, oh, you know, your leg falls off. Oh wow, must be COVID. Don't even get me fucking started on that shit. I can't believe I got it 1 year after I already had it. None of the vaccines worked for me, but then again, I didn't have for a year. So I don't even leave the house and I still get it, but you know how I get it? I invite people over to my house. This shit is I'm done with it. It's been years. Let's just get over it. Let's just fucking live our life. This is the minute over. That's my rant. That's the best I could do. You already had en selle algus sellest kopp. Mis on kopp? What is kopp? But to be, oh my god, and you know what else? I had, so this is someone who watches my streams. So like it's a friend who watches my streams, so I don't wanna, but anyway, so I told a friend that I have COVID and he asked me if I'm taking ivermectin. Head? Oh, cop. Perfectly sum up though, I have a bead feeling I somehow gave it to you. No, I don't think it was you.
Remember Luca?
Kopf is head in German. Yeah, no, it's some Estonian slang, Kopf. No, I didn't think you gave it to me because our Super Bowl party, right? Remember last time you saw me, I was about to have a Super Bowl party, and then all the fucking shitty things happened. So my team lost, which was great. And then I had a vicious hangover because I don't really drink anymore. Like I don't know, it's expensive. I'm not really enjoying drinking anymore. Not that I ever did, but you know, like when you're younger, you just party, like woo. But yeah, because like I haven't really drank in a while, like I had a hangover, and then I was like, oh yeah, I just have a hangover. I feel like shit, you know, whatever. And then on Tuesday, I still didn't feel better. I felt worse. So I was like, okay, maybe this is not a hangover. And I was like, okay, maybe it's just a flu, you know, just a regular sickness. And then I kept getting those symptoms, like basically my dizziness. Like every time I would move my head, I was dizzy, like a lot. And I had the same thing. So like when I got my last COVID vaccine a year ago, I had the same after effects after the vaccine. Like I would have dizziness. So I was like, huh. So I did the test. It was fucking COVID. Unbelievable. But yeah, who gave it to me is basically, yeah, like over Super Bowl, I had someone who's a plumber. So he goes all over UK into other people's houses. So yeah, you know, you can imagine he probably brought that. I had like a few other people that I haven't seen in a while. And so I guess I'm a little bit of a clean person because, so here's the thing. Wash your fucking hands, right? So usually when people come over, there's two rules. Take your shoes off in the corridor. I don't want any fucking outside dirt. Inside dirt is good. Like the thing is, don't mix the outside dirt with inside dirt, right? It's just different biomes. It's different ecosystems. Don't mess with it. Sorry, I'm just reading the chat. Yep, exactly, yeah. So usually, yeah, I have those rules, but like, I also don't want to be this fucking mom or like, you know, party pooper or whatever. Who's like everyone who comes in like, wash your hands, wash your hands. I mean, I do tell people to take the shoes off. It's just like it's a thing. I'm known as a lady who makes you take her shoes off. But the hands, I'm still not there. I'm still not like there to be like, oh, can you go wash your hands? Because it just, to me, it sounds like I'm telling them, oh, could you wipe your arse after taking a shit? Like, it's kind of like, what do you tell to the person who doesn't do that? You know, like, you just kind of don't want to point it out. But anyway, so sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But yeah, I had a lot of people over, so all of that, like, I even gave up. I'm like, it's fine, I'll just clean after the party. Like, I even let everyone wear their shoes in the house. You know, and what do you get? You get COVID. It's a thing in Japan, that shoe thing, if that makes you feel better. I know, Japan, so, is the thing. Japan is fucking crazy, okay? Like, it must be something to do with living on the island. But a lot of the things that they do, like invent or whatever, I'm with it. I'm absolutely with it. Did you know? That's a bit step further than I would go, but in Japan apparently they have bathroom slippers. So what? It's a pair of slippers that you keep in front of the toilet or like bathroom, and before you go to the loo, you put them on. You go inside, and then when you're out of the loo, you leave them there, and then so like you don't bring, I guess, the poop germs all over the rest of the house. I think that's a bit extreme. That's a bit extreme, but yeah. I never understood the shoe thing. It's like, why? Well, first of all, it's uncomfortable as fuck. I don't know about you guys, but like wearing outside shoes inside, I just don't feel comfortable. Even if they're really comfortable shoes. But also, what if you step like in something? I thought it was cute till you mentioned poop germs. There are poop germs. Japan laste jaoks on põrand samasugune elupinn nagu sinul on laud. So yeah, Japanese floor is the same. Oh, the Japanese floor is the same Jesus Christ, surface as your table. That's why. Well, yeah, probably not the table. I know they have tables to eat off, but they sleep on the floor. That's true. Well, I mean, yeah, like the whole like futon or whatever thing, and they put it away. Yeah, that makes sense. But I don't know. To me, like the whole so it's also a Slavic thing, and I know it's like Estonians do that. Like you take your shoes off. They sleep on the floor. They sit on the floor. That their whole life is on the floor. That sounded weird, but yeah. No, that makes sense. But like, I still think it needs to be clean either way. But I was raised by a very clean, like obsessively clean grandma, so a lot of the things I do are just, yeah. It's like cultural being on the floor, and that's why, yeah, the cleanliness. Yeah, but no, you see, Slavic people do that too, and we don't sit on the floor.
Roses. Roses. Wherever will I find roses here?
Okay, we're looking for roses. Look at that, we're playing a plague game while having a plague. Isn't that immersion? What else do you, like... I got COVID for you guys, so we can play this game properly.
It's enormous. But where have the books gone?
But back to Super Bowl Sunday. Oh shit, yeah. No, but I mean... Yeah, that was pretty much it. That's just, yeah, my team lost in the worst way possible. I don't want to, so like I'm not big on American football rules. You know, I'm not like an avid watcher or anything. But basically my team, like the team I was rooting for is the Eagles, Philadelphia Eagles, and they were doing really, really well. And then the reason, I mean, they probably would have lost anyway, let's be honest. But the reason they lost is because there was this penalty shot that the ref called. Okay, we're looking for roses.
It's locked.
Oh shit. So and because of that penalty, the opposite team did a kick out.
There, the banners. Flowers. Yes, there are roses. I'm on the right track.
Oh, nice. But I want to explore that corridor first. So yeah, basically my team lost because of the stupid penalty kick out. Make me really sad. Let's pick shit up. No. Oh, also, but it's been a while. It's been a whole week since I played this game. See, I'm forgetting everything. Let's not forget to put up our collectible thing so we don't miss anything. What chapter are we on? The fuck knows. Was it chapter 6 or 7? No. Oh no, it was like chapter 9? 10? 10! Yeah, we're in chapter 10. Ooh, nice. Okay. Okay. Looks like it's going to be a long chapter. Sure. But yeah, my lesson to you is don't let people in your house. And don't go outside.
How many days have we been here?
If you don't want to get ill.
Can't even tell the difference between day and night anymore. Shut up in here.
Vitalis has brought back a young lad to open the last door.
Days we've been here, and the Grand Inquisitor himself is coming to help us. Gonna be quite an event.
Okay. Are you gonna leave, boy? No? Okay, let me just...
Rats. Strange.
I'm sure there are rats. I'm sure there are rats somewhere. Look, we got this episanguis, which comes from rats. So there must be rats. This is my professional evaluation. Målhalkosystem uppskog, oh yeah. So yeah, you just don't like people. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, if you need another reason, like, you know what I mean? Like, people don't usually, like, if you tell people, oh, I don't go outside or invite anyone because I don't like people, they look at you like, oh, you're weird. But then if you tell them, I'm actually saving lives by not going outside because I'm not spreading COVID. I'm just being a really, really productive member of society. And listen, I'm sacrificing here, guys. I wish I could go outside and talk to everybody and be friends, but look, just can't. See? Oh, look at that. What's that? I'm saving all those lives by being antisocial. Oh my god, so many lives I saved today.
What was that?
Oh shit, he saw us. While I was reading Mr. Reed's... Okay, he's not really checking. I just tell people I don't like them, so... No, you see, there's the thing. I like some people. It's not... When I say I don't like people, I don't mean like... specific. I mean, there are specific people I don't like as well, but... Oh, God, okay, let's get rid of him. But in general, when I say I don't like people, what I mean is I don't like the like when there's. Oh fuck! We went the wrong way.
Move.
Right. Yeah. So what I mean is like just people as a collection of people, you know.
No rats. Strange.
The humans. I remember the other day I was actually talking to someone about, you know, how sometimes I just want to get away from everything, you know, just fucking, you know, being around people just too much. You know, sometimes you just want to go in a little country house and just stay there. Right, let's think. How can we distract this asshole? And anyway, so I was talking to someone about it, and they were like, "You're not too fond of people, Elle." I'm like, "No, not really. Is that why you became a therapist?" People as a collective, large crowds. Yeah, well, crowds, obviously. Yeah, I don't think there are people who like crowds. I never met anyone who's like, "Oh, I fucking love crowds," you know, like, I mean, I think some people feel more comfortable around crowds because it makes them feel safer. Which I can understand, but, you know, in general, people don't like crowds. But also people like, how to put it? You know, Twitter? I think Twitter is a really good example of why I don't like of why I don't like a lot of different people coming together and just being themselves with no regard to anyone else. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not even joking. 5 minutes on Twitter is enough for me to just feel like I wanna escape this planet or this society. Okay, we're just gonna do it like that. Not sure what you mean. So, okay, let's say you come across a really fucking dumb or weird opinion online. Or not even online, in real life, right? So usually I don't have this instinct, which is it's just like a problem for me a lot of the times. I don't have this instinct to just reflexively go, oh, this person is stupid. This person is dumb. I'm not even gonna listen to anything they have to say. I try. So I don't always do that, but like I try to engage in a conversation, right? I try to like talk to them. Because maybe, you know, there was a reason where they're coming from. I kind of assume maybe they know something I don't, or, you know what I mean? But then you go on Twitter and you see one take after another, after third, after fourth, and they're all over the place, and it just, you can't even begin to wrap your head around how to even talk to someone like that, or how would you even... Does that make sense? Politics, I'm usually okay with talking about it one-on-one. Any more than two people and gets volatile. Not even politics. So politics, yeah, obviously politics is a very, like, harsh topic for a lot of people. But not even, no, it's just like... I mean, okay. Let's do this. I don't know how like, okay, I don't usually use Twitter a lot because it just makes me sad. But again, you see, I don't want to be that person who's like, oh, I'm the smartest and everyone else is dumb. So whenever I read someone's opinion and I go, this person is clearly dumb, I feel wrong because like I'm just coping out, you know? It's like, well, how do I know they're dumb, you know? How do I know I'm not just being... But let's do this. Let's go on Twitter. Oh my god, light. See, I don't even open it on my browser because, and how can you tell? I have a fucking light. Ah, how do I switch that? How do I switch light? Settings? Please! Don't let me suffer. I'm thinking aloud here, by the way. Yeah, that's fine. Absolutely. Think out loud. That's thinking out loud is allowed. Well, okay. Let's just see what Twitter puts on the first. Oh, let me move this shit. On the first page, games, people I follow. Do they ever send you like, I don't know, maybe it's different, but on my phone I constantly, yes, so like I constantly get random, very random suggestions of tweets that are not even. Okay, let's see. See, I replied to this one, yeah? So this was like recommended to me. I don't know this person. I don't follow them. And the tweet was, oh, I'm fucking up here. Tweet, there we go. This is like grandma trying to figure out how to work the internet here. Oh, there we go. This was recommended to me in my notifications on my phone. Your initial page is way too tame. Yeah, I don't. It's not like that on my phone. Again, I don't know why. Whenever I open the Twitter app on my phone, it's like, oh my god, like this was the tweet. Why? It's like, oh, burn your shirt, but why? Woman, wife life, showing boobs. Where do I start? How about the fact it promotes misogyny in a way that it's tantamount to slavery and dysfunction? And you just read that, and you like. You see, I have this reaction of going like, well, does it? Where are they coming from? Why are they saying that? And then I'm looking at the original. I'm like, why did any of this needed to exist? Why is the original tweet needed to exist? Like, what is the wife life tits? Like, I don't get it. And why is this recommended to me? And it happens every day. This is just like one example. And it just, you go and read, and it's like, this guy, having a wife is putting yourself in voluntary servitude. And like, I get what he's trying to say, but why servitude? And it just, conversations in 140 characters or less that are just dumb. Just dumb, but people are trying to sound like they're political and smart and woke. I fucking hate that word. I hate the word woke because I think it became a cop-out to labeling, anyone you don't agree with. But it's like, Twitter is half. Okay, let's say it's 1/3 promotion of people like and brands promoting themselves. 1/3 people posting dumb shit like egg. And 1/3 people turning anything they can into a conversation. And it's too much for me. Like, whenever there's like 10, 20, 100 of those different opinions, and every of those people thinks, like, it's just like being in a room of people shouting at each other constantly, and you there in the middle trying to be calm and rational, trying being like, look guys, can we talk about it? But no one fucking hears you because they just shout at each other. It gets exhausting. And that's how it feels being on the internet these days. It's like everything is a fucking... And out there as well. Like, everything is a fucking discussion. Everything is like hundreds of people sharing their opinion on it, and their opinion is this... It's so tiring. The Middle Ages had it easy, so peaceful. I mean, it was probably more peaceful, but tame, I don't know, dude. They would like burn books and you would end up imprisoned just because you didn't agree with one king taxing everyone too much. Like, I don't know. I think it was pretty hard because you couldn't even voice your opinion in the Middle Ages. But it was an easier life. It was an easier life because, like, back then, if you, like, the only people you disagreed with, really, or, like, had arguments with, are people from your own village, you know? It wasn't like you would go out there and constantly argue with, like, oh, people in France, people in... Okay, I fucked up here. Where do we need to move this? I mean, 2/3 of the world died almost at once. A lot less room. Yes, that too. You know, the plague was actually pretty beneficial for society because all of a sudden there was more resources. Okay, let's try there. There were more resources, more food for people, more money, less competition for jobs. Like, those who survived the plague, they were pretty fucking well off. I tell you, they didn't really have a bad time after the plague. And the only thing you had to do is survive. But then you'd be... yeah. Covered in chocolate. And also, like, let's think about it. You know, in medieval ages, let's say you're like a normal peasant, right? You don't have time to think about fucking politics and any of the shit like that. Okay, maybe here. Why aren't you jumping on it, please? Okay, I don't know where do we need to get this? Do you know? Because I feel like she can jump here, in like Assassin's Creed style, but apparently not. Should we try this door? Anyway, what I was saying about the peasant.
Locked from the other side.
Like, all of your problems were, oh, I have to get up, work for 20 fucking hours in the field, have enough food to feed my family of 15 children because I keep fucking my wife and she keeps having babies. You don't really have to, excuse me, to just sit there and be like, huh, I wonder what this all means. I wonder, Okay, let's try here. Oh, yes! I think we got it. I think we got it. Look. Please be the right one. Right. Yes! Look at that. And I tell you what, a lot of people, like, I think it's a really like a comfortable life sign of the times. People turning everything into the discussion, a conversation. Just because, like, what else are you going to do with your free time? You have so much of your cognitive abilities freed up because you don't have to think about, you know, hunting. You don't have to think about how to organize your day and life to survive. You're just kind of chilling. So you have all this fucking free brain power rattling there. What you gonna do? Gonna think. Gonna think about things. And some people take it too fucking far.
Get you some more. One can never have enough books if one can read. It's all just pagan stuff. The Sanguinus Itinera is a sacred book. The knowledge it contains goes back to the dawn of man.
Nice.
And this knowledge could save us all. So keep searching and concentrate on looking for books with a red
The book,
cover.
the Sanguinus Itinera.
I've Might not
They're
be
looking
able to
for it
read,
too.
but that doesn't mean I'm
I'd better be quick.
Oh wow, do you hear what you just said? I might not be able to read doesn't mean I'm stupid. What is your opinion? What is your opinion? If you can't read, are you stupid? I would say no. I mean, I think you have less opportunity to not be stupid if you can't read, but you can still be smart and not be able to read. That's just a skill. Okay, 2 guards. Look at all those books. Look at, like... When I was a kid, they would teach us to treat any book with respect. Like, I don't know what it is, but it's still ingrained in me. Even if it's a shitty book that deserves, like, no one... What am I trying to say? See? Fucking COVID of the brain. Yeah, if it's a shitty book that no one ever has to read, or, like, would benefit from reading it, they would still teach us to treat it with like the utmost respect because the trees died so the book could be printed and like just treat it nicely. Don't fucking ruin it, you know? And I kind of have this mentality these days as well. Like, even if it's a shitty book, it's important to keep it in good condition. What happened? Calliope SS is following me. Oh my god, why SS? May I ask? Let's address the elephant in the room. What does SS stand for?
At least those fucking rats won't
There are
come
the
out of their
roses.
hole.
I'm not implying anything, but let's super soft. I do value digital software. Digital obsolescence scares me. I mean, there's worse reasons to preserve a book.
The red cover. It's his favorite scent.
The book. Another brilliant idea from the alchemists.
Yeah.
There's something shady about those guys.
Too true. There's parts of the Bastion I daren't go anymore. Things they're doing there.
Yeah, let's not talk about it.
I mean, there's worse reasons to preserve a book. In fact, I'd say that's the nicest one. Well, yeah, at least a copy of every book. That would be nice, you know? I'm still... Are you guys still upset about the Library of Alexandria?
So I can get past.
Because I am. Okay. Look at that. Okay. Should we put it back? Yes. Let's sneak around and see what we're working with first. If it wasn't for cult followings and GOG, for example, games like in... Oh, I have no mouth. Could have been gone already. Yeah! Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, actually. Like, there's people preserving all this old technology and stuff. I mean, how long do you reckon until people start listening to cassette tapes again?
There they are.
It's like people are... Whoa! Shit. Okay. Got it. People are listening to vinyls. So I feel like cassette tapes will make a comeback soon. It had to happen so people would be aware of it. Wait. Nah, I rarely ever read books from that era. Non-fiction is definitely not something I'd miss. Non-fiction from that era, that is. The Library of Alexandria, you mean? You don't read books from that era? Yeah, I know. I mean, I don't mean it like to peruse it, but I just mean like how much knowledge, and I mean historical knowledge, has been lost. Okay, let me put it this way. You know how nowadays you got like a shit ton of propaganda, you know, whoever wins the war is the one who dictates history and blah blah blah, right? In those times, in times of Alexandria, and when the library has burned, it was exactly the same. So a lot of the accounts that were lost in the fire were to do with like everyday life and shit like that. So now, when we look at the history of those times, like how the Roman society was run, how the Greek society was run, how all those like other cultures, other things were run, we have to rely, like a lot of the sources, we have to rely on Roman sources, and there was a lot of Roman propaganda from the Caesar and all. So we don't even know if what we know is true about that time, because we have nothing to compare it against. We only have one source. Which is why I'm so upset. Like, maybe there was, like, think about it. Maybe there was a fucking papyrus in that library that showed how aliens came and built the pyramids. We don't know. Or, like, the map to Atlantis.
There. Go.
Or how to treat COVID with... I don't know. Horse medicine. In that case, I'm even happier then. Why? Are you pro-Roman? Are you pro-Roman? If there was such a paper, maybe the X-Files wouldn't have been a thing. Oh, trust me. Trust me. Even if there was such a paper, people would come up with some crazy shit. Right, so, okay, I see the problem. We have to somehow... Well, it's not really a problem. We have this special thing here called, Odoris. I forgot what it's called.
What was that noise? Ah, you thought you were so smart.
Yeah, what about you, guy? They're gonna eat you now, you know that, no? Or we have a religion about aliens, be it good or bad. You think we don't have a religion about aliens right now? How about one of the biggest ones called Scientology? We've got the governments around the world sort of confirming UFOs, and now everyone is suspicious. So I didn't look into it properly, but I saw there was this whole explosion with
Daisy, you're far from home too, aren't you? Bring me luck. We're doing this for Hugo.
Yeah. With people talking about like all those alien sightings out of nowhere. First of all, here's my question. Why do people assume that the fact that like they see so many aliens is that they're coming here to visit us? How about so here's my alternative fucking tinfoil theory, is that all of those aliens are leaving the planet. Like, they've been among us for generations, and now they're seeing how much we're fucking up, so they're fucking off. And that's all the UFOs that we're seeing in the air. It's a fucking exodus. Makes you think, huh? I read anything vaguely political online lately, so I don't know the details of these stories yet. Well, yeah, exactly. Everything is fucking political these days. For my own mental health. Exactly. Like, I really need to be more invested in the stuff that's happening in the world, because it's just every day it's like a new fucking comedy sketch. But at the same time, do you want to hear like, okay, let me take a piss, and then when I'm back, I'm gonna tell you the craziest fucking theory that I don't really believe it 100%, but there might be something to it. So, here's the intrigue, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. Just go to a cave for 10 years with hundreds of books, then read the news when you come back. I don't know. Okay, see you in 10 years. No! Anyway, yes. What I was going to say is my strangest fucking most bizarre theory. Do you know what a Large Hadron Collider is? Is that what it's called? Big Hadron Collider? I don't know what it's called in English. I think that's what it's called. The one where they accelerate the particles and they wanted to find the Higgs boson.
Will it end up covering everything?
Yeah. So, here's the thing. I remember when they were launching it, right? So it was a big day. Oh. Shit. That's fine. That's fine. And everyone was on edge because basically the scientists were like, yeah, we're gonna start this Large Hadron Collider. We're gonna try to find Higgs boson, which is also called the God particle.
Move it, blacksmith. There's work waiting for you.
We're really scraping the barrel if Vitaly stoops to catching a beggar like this.
A prisoner.
And everyone was like, yeah, it might go well, or it might fucking explode and you know, the fabric of the universe will be forever altered or whatever, right? I don't know, like, physics is fucking tricky. I know there's a lot of science involved, but if you actually ever looked into, like, physics properly, you'll realize how much of it is just basically guessing. Like, really good guesses, but mostly guessing. And how much of the shit that's happening in physics is just... It shouldn't, but it does. We don't know why yet. Sorry, be right back. Yeah, no worries. So yeah, and then they started the Hadron Collider, and they found Higgs boson, the God particle, and then we just kind of carried on, you know, like, oh, okay, it didn't explode, we're still here, right? Here's my theory. What if they actually did fuck up something, and we just in some completely weird reality? Because let's recount, over the past few years, we had a plague, we have a war, now we have fucking aliens and UFOs visiting Earth en masse. We have, like, social tensions, like insanely regressing. And you still think we're living in the, like, a normal reality? I don't know.
I can't get past. Too many gods.
I mean, it wouldn't matter anyway, because you get the reality you get. But I'm just saying, no one is talking about the collider. Maybe someone should start to. If you need an idea for a... Oh shit. For a conspiracy theory, you can use that one. It's free, it's on me. Just don't mention my name in case it turns out that it's all true. I don't want them to come after me. Main thing I remember from that time was a lot of people saying we're all going to die, and an assembly where a student in the final year doing a presentation of this, and me tuning out after, rather calm, we're all going to die. Well, but you know, we are. Sooner or later. Like, it wasn't wrong. But yeah, there's always a fucking... We all... Oh shit.
Something moved, I think.
We all gonna die here. Remember Y2K? Well, I guess you wouldn't, Artie, sorry. I'm not trying to, like, shit on you, but... I think you were born after the Y2K. She may have been logical about the story afterward, but again, I tuned out to freak out internally. Well, here's the thing. What if we did die? What if we did all die back then? Do we know what happens after life? After death? After life as well? No one ever came back to tell us. Right. So... let's see. You see, I had COVID for a week, and I'm already here sounding like a fucking flat earther. You see what it does to you? And now, for the main event. This guy being eaten alive. Both of them. Look, one hit, 2 kills. Okay. I mean, we didn't have to kill them, but I just like doing it, I think. Something satisfying about setting the rats on guards. Okay, nothing interesting in here.
Seen any roses for a while. Hope I haven't taken a wrong turn.
Oh, I haven't been even following the roses, babe. I'm just following the very conveniently laid out game design level. Where I can't go anywhere I shouldn't go. But yeah, sure, let's go with the fucking roses, huh? Okay. Oop. Tools. This. Can we craft anything? Strings. Lowers its air friction. No noise. That's pretty good. But, you know what else is good? Oh, increases duration. Distracts nearby enemies. Oh, I thought we can... Pocket. Pockets are good.
This should make things a little easier. Not bad. Not bad at all.
So what do you think of my collider theory? Crazy or crazy good? He looks like he's got COVID. What the fuck are they doing? They're injecting him with blood.
Still no news of our young Hugo de Rune.
Lord Nicholas continues his search.
In which case, the only thing that can help us find the book is the son of a smith.
Is
You
it?
built that door with your father. Now, you'll open it for us.
You don't look good.
Build that door precisely to keep out scum like you.
I am the Grand Inquisitor Vitalis Benevent.
Yeah, which doesn't mean you're not scum.
You have no idea how I have suffered. Look what I endure for you.
You don't have to.
Quick. Let me sanguine.
I don't anyone ask you to endure this? But they really went all out with the creepiness factor. Oh, this guy.
What is your name, boy?
Roderick.
Okay.
I do not wish for Roderick to expire before he has opened this door.
Oh, how nice of you.
Do not commit the same mistake you made with his father. Take him.
Oh, so they already had the father trying to open it, but they beaten him to death. It just keeps happening.
I mustn't lose them.
Even when the Grand Inquisitor talks about saving thy neighbor, you just can't keep your mouth shut, eh?
Oh.
That's right, coming from you. You're going to get it. His soul is already dead.
No.
Roderick, looks like we both have problems.
That's getting weaker. How long can the Episanguis contain the bite?
As long as his fate allows.
Ah! As long as his faith allows. Jesus. That's very scientific, very precise right there. Basically he's saying, will the placebo work?
What was that? It can't be.
As long as he believes in it.
Go and see. Come here! Quickly! Someone's here!
No. There's no one here. There's no one here. Oh my god, you have matching makeup. Oh, that's cute. Okay, let's follow the son of Smith.
Roderick, looks like we both have problems.
Yeah, I would say his problems are a bit bigger than yours, to be
As long
honest.
as his fate allows.
Because, you see, he's gonna get beaten. And you'll only get beaten if you get caught, so... It's not Suffering Olympics, but if it was, Roderick would totally win. Okay. All of this. Hello! Hello, dog spelled backwards. How's everything? I have COVID. I'm telling everyone. Everyone who tunes in to the stream today gets greeted with, I have COVID. Whoa! No, 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 no. No, I don't know. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I was wondering when you were going to stream again. Yeah, that's... I told the whole story, but basically, yeah, I had the Super Bowl party and I committed a grave mistake of seeing people, inviting people into my house, and as a housewarming gift, they brought me COVID.
Roderick, looks
So-
like we both have problems.
I've basically been in bed the whole week,
How long can the Episanguis contain the bite?
trying to survive. Eating stew. I made a lot of stew. And listening to conspiracy... Yeah, so they're also listening to my conspiracy theories for the past half hour. But you still didn't tell me what you think about my Hadron Collider theory. That we all actually died in that. So, oh, no, wait. He saw us last time we did that. I know what you mean. I hate it when I see people. Some people are nice. Some people I like seeing them. Right, how can we distract those fuckers so I can... Well, first of all, let's grab this. I kinda wanna save this guy. I don't know that I can. Will he notice us if I just go through there? Look. Woo! Oh shit. There's more guys.
He's the one who made the door.
Yes, and he'll open it. With the book and the Darun Kid, Vitalis can complete the conjuration. then we'll be saved from the plague. Adignem.
Adignum. Adlucum. Sorry.
Oh, well said.
Valar Morghulis to you, fellow citizen.
Friend spent some time in the jails of the Bastion, making the heretics talk.
I doubt it. I think life would be too good to be true for it. Really? What do you mean life would be too good to be true? Have you seen life? This is our reality. This is our alternative reality. Does this look good to you? But it's shit, so sadly we still live. And yeah, but like, what I'm saying is maybe we live... Like, maybe we were supposed to live in a better reality.
All right.
You know?
Wait. What's that?
I don't know. It's the rats. It's the rats. Oh, what is it? What is it, boy? What is it, boy? Did you see something? Go get them. Go get the ball. Go get the ball.
Nothing to report.
It's great. I guess. Look, there's something else there. Ugh, I don't need it. I don't need it. God. Do not tempt me. I don't need this loot. I can't probably even fit it in my pockets. Don't. Just walk away. This is the hardest thing I ever had to do. Oh, shit.
What's that?
No, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Shit. How do you keep fucking seeing me? Nothing. It's nothing. I didn't even get the loot. Look, I got it here.
Recognize it? Reminds you of your dad.
Don't you talk about my father.
Don't you joke about my fault. You don't need it, but you do want it. I know. Why? It's like I have to collect everything. Not collect, but like if it glows, I want it. If it like has this, oh, you could pick it up, just press E. I want it.
Really? You want to play that game?
What? Don't talk about my father? Yes, that's my favorite game to play. Don't talk about my father. Do you want to play Don't Talk About Your Father? I've been playing it my whole life. I'm so good at it that I don't even talk about my father in therapy.
Get to work.
You ruined the floor.
Oh,
Heavy armor. Oh, there has to be a way.
I'd say.
It took us weeks. We don't give a shit about your mosaic. Open the bloody door, or you'll end up with
Don't
your own
give a
hand.
shit.
I will kill you, you know. Just as soon as I remember how to open this door.
don't take too long.
Okay. How about the metal melting thing? We got that, right? It could be something you need for an upgrade. I just like having a lot of resources. Yeah, exactly. I like opening my inventory and be like, shit ton of stuff. Look.
Come on, move it. I need that book.
At last, should come in handy.
Look. We need a lot of stuff. Also, we're gonna have to look at the codex things in a bit. Also, let me bring up the... So, did I miss anything? Oh fuck, it's this Twitter post greeting me. Okay, got this, got this. While solving the puzzle in the underground library with Broderick in the northwest corner. Okay, sure. Fabric is one of the rarest items in this game. Yeah, which is bizarre because wouldn't you look how much fabric there is everywhere. Okay, what is the way? What is the way? Show us the way. Oh! I see what you're thinking. I'm with you. I'm with you. Okay, yeah, let's do it. Woo! Where did that come from? Woo!
Been wanting to do this for 2 days.
2 days.
I don't know who you are, but thank you.
No worries. Just buy me a
Guards
drink.
must have had that. What's that door?
A special order. My father's masterpiece.
And do you know how to open it? Because that would be a real help.
Hey, you there! Guard!
It would help us a lot.
It'll take a bit of time.
Carry on. I'll keep them back.
I'll keep them back. I didn't say for how long.
Heavy armor. Oh, there has to be a way.
I didn't say I'm gonna keep them out for a long time. Okay, let's see. Pick this up. Okay. No, not him. So.
What was that?
Oh, I don't know.
Movement. Found you!
Heavy armor. Oh,
They
there
shall
has to
not
be-
prevail. They shall not prevail. Let's go. Let's go, boys.
Wanting to do this for 2 days.
Yeah, you show him. You show
I
him.
don't know who you are, but thank you.
You show him how to play. Don't talk about my dad.
What's that door?
A special order. My father's
Okay.
masterpiece.
And do you know how to open it? Because
If
that
you
would
want
be
a
real
death
help.
counter, if you decide to get yourself
It
a
would help
better
us a
bot,
lot.
you should consider getting yourself a death counter.
Carry on. I'll keep them back.
I should get a better bot. I honestly should. The problem is, I'm not like really good at Twitch things.
Got you. But they're still coming, and it looks like a fire has broken out.
Almost there.
I don't really. I mean, I watch some people streaming.
Come on. That's it. Hurry up.
The alarm's been sounded.
But yeah, I should really look out for a better bot. But if you have any recommendations, that would be appreciated.
Hey, do you know where we're going?
Don't think. Run.
Oh,
Dead end, and we're finished.
just don't think, run.
We need to hide.
No, we need to slow them down.
Oh, okay. Man, I've known you for 2 minutes and you're already telling me what to do. I can't say I appreciate it very
Will
much.
that do it?
It'll have to.
Right. We're in the basement.
As someone who mods with multiple people, Nightbot is one of the worst bots. Oh, you mod? I recommend Stream Elements as first and Streamlabs. I do have Streamlabs. Do they have a bot? Like, again, like basically every time I tell myself like, oh, I should like really look into it, look into like all the settings and stuff, and then I spend hours doing that, hours
Roderick, I need
googling
the book.
shit.
What on earth is so special about this bloody book?
It could save my little brother. Please.
I don't know where it is. The only thing I know is that they tortured my father to death for it. And I'm gonna kill them.
Okay,
Took my parents too.
so maybe let's find the
Get out of
book
here together.
so they don't get it.
What about the book?
Just you wait and see. There's lots of them around here.
But in my opinion, Stream Elements is the most user-friendly. Streamlabs is a bot, also known as Cloudbot. Oh wow! Well, I mean, if you ever want a mod for me, you're welcome. I don't really have consistent mods at the minute, but I also don't want to like put it on people.
Wow. Another library. Underneath the library.
Forbidden books.
Unless they
That's
want
why
it.
we built the door.
So the Sanguis Itinera has to be here. All I know is it has a red cover.
Look, up there.
Where?
Roses. That must be it.
Nice.
I'll have to climb up.
I don't want for people who only use Nightbot. I did that once and I said I would never do that again. Oh no, I just meant like you can use whatever. I just meant like I don't even know, like honestly I don't even know how streamers find mods. I know that it's usually people who like on their stream really enjoy watching the stream and they just give them a mod. But I'm not really like a
Too high. I need something to get me up.
popular streamer or anything.
Ugh, let's leave that where it is.
Really? What is it? What is it? Why didn't you like touch it? A decoction made up of more than 50 plant, mineral, and animal ingredients that take more than a year of fermentation for their properties to become complete. Against the great evil, it seems to have the effect of accelerating development of buboes, thus making it possible to remove the infection after incision. Ah, so you get more boils. And then, but I thought once you get boils, you pretty much on your way to die. First time I found you gave me VIP, now a week later you're offering me mod moving fast. Hey! Hey! This is a meritocracy on this channel. I mean, why wouldn't I? You're clearly moving fast, yeah, up the ranks, but you know what? That's how it should work. I'm just saying, if anyone wants the job, and they have the experience and desire, what else do you need? What else? Okay, let's grab this.
It
It won't
won't budge.
budge. Let me think. Something with
Could you
those.
help me with this?
Yeah? Interesting.
Yeah,
Shapes form a path.
That's your route to the book. Easy.
easy. I gotta grab the thing. Ah, fuck
Maybe
me.
I spoke too soon. I need to act as a counterbalance. I'll stay over here. Tell me which lever you want me to pull.
All right.
This one.
Roderick,
Yeah.
Next step is you giving me your username and password so I can have access to a dashboard to do advanced commands. Well, yeah, after the trial period, maybe.
you said you'd act as a counterbalance.
I did. It gave way.
Right. We'll have to be very careful.
Yeah, I'd say. All I wanted is this little cart, so we're good.
Perfect.
Next step would be putting you in charge of my
By
OnlyFans.
the way, my name's Amicia, and you're Roderick, right?
You know a lot of stuff, Amicia.
Just so you know, there are
Who hired
commands that I call
to
trigger
do the
commands
door?
and timer commands. It can only be done in the dashboard.
They didn't talk much.
Like
My father
what?
designed it. He was
I've
the
only
best.
been using like
I was just the apprentice.
Monks of a sort, watching over the Sanguinis Itinera.
sorry. Yeah, I only use like the usual commands. Not really being. I don't know. I just like to keep it simple in general because how to put it. So you know, like sometimes I go on other people's streams and it's like this layout, this thing, top donations, donation goal, blah blah, and it's just basically you can't even see the game from all the clutter and all the things, and it's, I don't know, I might be like delusional, but I feel like if your content is interesting and people enjoy watching you, they're gonna come and watch you. And if it's not interesting, no matter the amount of like extra bells and whistles, gonna really attract the audience that you're looking for. But I don't know, I might be wrong. I don't like simple. When I watch for people, I want to take their channel to the next level. Well, I mean, and two people who have to trust me to give me their username and password. Hey, as I said, I want people to engage via chat using commands and such. No, that's fair. But you see, what I think my problem is that half the time I don't know what is possible. So I don't know if, like...
Come on, move!
Hey, don't injure yourself. Do you want me to?
No, my brother. I owe him this. For all the times I wasn't there for him.
Yeah?
Sorry, I'm just listening to
Well, you have a
dialogue.
hard time bringing the book back with a broken arm.
What was I saying? Yeah, like I would love to have more people in the chat because it makes such a huge difference. But yeah, it's basically what I was saying is you can't know what you don't know. So like if I don't know that there's like an option or a command or something, if I don't even know it exists, I'm not gonna know if it's something I want or need, right? So like that's why you need people with experience or people who like know about Twitch and stuff. I can always help you with that, but you need a better bot for that to be possible. No, again, like I'm not, the only reason I use Nightbot is because honestly, I just went into Google and Googled, oh, Twitch chatbot, and it gave me Nightbot. So that's the only reason. See, I didn't even know that you can do it through Streamlabs. Or Stream Elements. But yeah, we could totally do that. Okay, let's see. Oh! Jesus Christ, I can't believe I took it all the way here. No! That's not what we need to do. Okay. I think we need to put it under. Right? Like under here. But yeah, sorry. Are you on my Discord? Because if you are, I can just message you on Discord. If you want, we can talk about it. That would be amazing. And that's your and most people's problem. You all rely too much of Google instead of doing research. I don't use Discord. It's true. Well, I mean, yeah, the way I do research for that stuff is through Google. And you're absolutely right. But I think the problem for me is that I don't really have like that much time to dedicate to this because I have like a...
All right.
Okay. Okay. Okay, good. I have like studies that I need to do for my, and I have like a psychology job, and I also want some time for myself. So like, you know, when you're sitting there and you're like, okay, I gotta make my channel better and you gotta do research, but then there's so much information out there and you don't even know which one's the good one. Like there is no Twitch University or something, you know. Oh, maybe there is, I don't fucking know anymore. Even if it's wrong. People type in what they're looking in Google and pick whatever is first. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Me. But I was always like that. Like, my ideal situation, if I think about it, my ideal situation would be to hire people, like to pay them to do my channel as a, like, you know, promotion, whatever, like, you know, just keep the channel, hire people to edit clips and like do all that stuff, and all I do is just tune in and stream, you know, and it just happens. That would be that would be amazing. But I'm not really there yet. Okay, let's see. So we should move this one now. Okay.
Stop.
Fine for me.
Okay. And now this one.
Now.
Yeah.
And I've been around the block like the Twitch slide. Best way to know what's what is to get it from live people who's been... No, exactly. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, are you interested in helping me? Because if you are, I'm totally... It's just like, I'm ready, coach. Put me in. I'm ready to learn.
You need to move.
I'm ready to learn about Twitch. Oh, I need to move. But... Shit, okay. Okay. I can get up there. Okay. Okay. Let go. What will happen?
Hold on.
Aha. Okay. Okay. I have an idea now. I think we did bring the cart to the right way the first time around.
Too low. We need something underneath to stop it.
I'm on it! Look, I figured it out before you even said anything. Are you implying that females are dumb? Little Smith son? I can help you, but you need to get yourself a better bot first. Okay, I look into Stream Elements, you said is the best. Was that it? Stream Elements? I do have Streamlabs. Oh shit, but we can't put it under! Because they're rocks! Okay, boy. Do this.
Roderick,
Fine for me.
Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. 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 Let's see. I see you have mods already. Also make sure your mods know how to use. So the mods I have one mod. It's just one person with the same account, and he's not. So he's just my friend, and he's not been watching my channel for a
Well,
while.
if that ain't love, I don't know what is.
right? Let's get this over with.
So
No, stop.
All right.
technically, I don't have mods at all at the minute. I'm my own mod. But yeah, so I'll have to make sure that I know how to use bots. Because they're the ones who will be using your bot, not you. You'll be busy in game to use your bot. Yeah. Basically what it is I just need more people. More viewers. So that I have people who like consistently...
Now,
Oh no, not this one!
stop.
Consistently
Go
tuning
on.
in
Fine for me.
and modding for me. That's nothing you need to do, is have reliable mods that can help you. I mean, Artie is on the channel all the time. In a good way.
Hold on.
All right.
I'm just gonna put it out there. Let's do this. Let's do this. To text. Let's do this. There we go. True, but I know Jack about being a mod. There's one thing to have mods that's in chat and mods who can do stuff with the bot. Yeah, that's true. That is true, brother. Okay, where's the book? Give it. The book with the red cover.
That's it. Nearly there.
Let's
Ready?
go. We've been here too long.
Oh, there we go. Here it is. Look, right on this. Is this a red cover? Would you say this is a red cover? I wouldn't call it the red cover. Why didn't he say a cover with a tree on it? I disagree with description.
I can barely believe it.
You'd better believe it and get back quickly. They'll be here any second.
I'm also having vitamins to keep my sickness at bay.
Amicia de Rune. We have been watching your family for quite some time now. Waiting for the macula in your brother's blood to finish its slumber. You could say I have watched you grow up.
Wait a second, there's a creepy priest telling us he was watching us.
Little idiot. What do you expect to do with that book?
Save my brother.
With your brother and that book, I can save the
That's
world,
enough.
Monsieur.
Come on, this way.
Guards! You may run, but no one can escape their own blood.
You seem to know each other well.
He destroyed my life.
I know what that's like.
Well, one thing is that I did steal your book. Then, so yeah, sorry, I was reading the fake mod thing and the tech mod, your tech mod. Stream elements then. That's what I'm gonna do. Look, I'm fucking home with the sickness. What else am I gonna do? I'm gonna set up the Streamlabs. Sorry, I'm just looking up collectibles. Don't want to miss anything. Okay. Yeah, the tech stuff is really like people who know how to use. So I'm getting really better at like OBS and all those things compared to when I first started streaming, just through practice. But I find that, yeah, like my knowledge is kind of confined to, okay, I want to do this thing and I look up how to do it. But
Ready?
if it's not something I need, I don't even know there's a functionality for it.
Let's get out of these corridors quick.
Couldn't agree more.
Let's go and find the others.
Where the hell are they?
We've certainly stirred them up.
Quiet. I can't risk losing this book.
Where the hell are they as they run past us? Are there any other good books we can steal? You know that shit's expensive. Once you start doing it regularly, it gets easier, just like everything. Yeah, exactly.
How did it get so bad so
Exactly.
We're stuck.
He's looking the other way. I can take him.
You
Okay.
sure?
It'll be my pleasure. Whenever you're ready.
But yeah, my only problem is there's only so many hours in the day, so I can't consistently practice everything I want to do to get better at it.
Roderick, you're up.
I wish I could,
That's
man.
from my father.
Wow. Do you do that a lot?
No, but I'm starting to like it.
You should have people who are interested in being your mod fill out a mod application. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Again, like, I'm just gonna put it out there for now. The thing, but after this stream today, I'm gonna do a form. I'm gonna use the same thing as we did for psychology studies.
Let me know what the hell's going on.
I'm gonna do the form
He's alone.
to apply to be a mod,
I could
and I'm
just
gonna post a link here and in Discord, and we'll see if anyone's interested. Ah, Jackie P, hello. Oh shit, Jackie P, look what you've done. I'm glad to have you, but we almost died. Oh my god! Choose you. Okay, we got a subscriber. Let's pause the game. You want to choose your reward? More distraction. No, I was prepared this time around. But yeah, you can peruse at your leisure my wares. Psychology studies, you're going to really break down who they are and if they are a good fit for you, your channel and your community. Yes and no. See, you'd think the problem is it's really hard to know someone over the internet. You see, psychology relies a lot on. So one of the reasons why you can't diagnose public figures, for example, is that the only thing they're projecting is a certain part of themselves. So you can't reliably use that. So when you're on the internet and like people fill in the application, yeah, there's some things you can like break down and look into, but in general. But I guess, actually that's a good point. Sorry, it just, sometimes you start thinking about something and then it like clicks. So yeah, I guess like I could have like but we're saying like I'm gonna get hundreds of applications for being my mod. Come on, this is like the tiniest channel ever. Fucking 66 followers. So yeah, I think, but that's a good idea, like to look through applications and then do a face-to-face through Zoom or something. That's actually good thinking. Do you study psychology? I studied psychology. I work in psychology. I'm Twitch noob. No worry. Hey, we're all Twitch noobs here. But yeah, no, what I was talking about rewards, I don't know if you can see the little my wares scroll on the right. You can choose a reward from the list because you subbed. That's what I meant. But yeah, I'm a counselor. I want to study further, like for a doctorate. But I was telling people like getting a doctorate in UK, getting a place to study for a doctorate is really competitive. Really competitive. A lot of fucking people want to get a doctorate out there, and a lot of them are really good at what they do. So I have a... Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what we're doing here. Can you kill him? No, because it's not going to be stealth. Okay, let's drop a rock into this thing. But now that I think about it, when you say study psychology, I guess you could say I am, because studying psychology is a lifelong thing. It's not like if you're doing psychology and counseling right, once you graduate,
I might have got a little carried away.
And get your degree, you don't stop learning about psychology or studying psychology. You just...
He has trouble with his eyes sometimes. These might help.
You just get like tools on how to look for information, where to look for information. But it's kind of expected that after you graduated and after you got your license, you continue research, you continue learning new things. Same with doctors. Like, how many doctors are out there that still use like outdated methods and techniques just because like at some point they gave up on continuous education? That's when people start to die in mysterious ways that will forever be unsolved, and they will happen to need someone to fill in, and there you will be. I also studied psychology, but I dropped out over lockdown. How am I looking to go back in the future? Oh, tell me more. Wait, first of all, doc spell backwards, what do you mean? That's when people start to die in mysterious... Because there's a little bit of a delay, so I'm not sure which exactly you're from. Oh, the doctorate! The spots for doctorate! Yeah, like, oh no, this candidate mysteriously died. Don't know why. That's a good point. So yeah, Jackie P, she studied psychology, you dropped over the lockdown, how are looking to go back to it in the future. So how long did you study for?
One each. Alright. I'll take the one with the helmet.
Fine.
It's just a matter of timing. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. So psychology, they're competitive. Yeah, exactly. That's when people start. Yeah. I tracked it down. Yeah. Never to be seen or heard from. Hey, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying, eh? As one popular streamer says. I'm gonna try, like this year I'm still gonna try on my own, but then, if I don't get it next year, oh boy. People gonna start dropping.
You don't need to tell me twice.
Not really. Oh shit. My timing was really bad.
Are you alright?
Not a scratch.
There was a scratch on me though. That would be good on a shirt. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Yeah. The problem is I don't agree with that statement. I don't think people should cheat.
Can you take care of him?
Count on me.
I know they're gonna pay for this.
Good job.
I wouldn't like to.
Oh,
Is everything all right?
Take it go for a minute, but I'm fine.
I want to restart and do it right. Jackie P, where did you disappear? I want to hear about your psychology studies. I agree, people shouldn't cheat. Just tell your partner you want to be in an open relationship. Well, oh, do you want to talk about that? I mean, obviously cheating, like, okay, so, yes, cheating is a really bad idea in general, but it is still possible to cheat in an open relationship. I think. Sorry, I'm a slow typer. No worries at all. No worries at all. I just didn't know if you went away or not. I'll read it in a second. But yeah, the open relationship thing. So I never really mentioned it on the channel, but so I am. Okay, so I guess you could call it polyamorous, but I hate the word polyamorous because of what it turned into. There's a lot of people out there who use polyamory as an excuse to just be assholes. I call it polyfuckery. So I guess you could call me like ethical non-monogamist, right? I believe that if two people are like really secure with each other, if two people have the best, like, are able to talk sincerely without getting like super personal or taking things super personally, there is no reason why you can't work it out. Like basically, I think monogamous way of like, oh, okay, so you win one partner, you can't look at anyone else, it works. Like, there is a reason for that. And the reason that it works is because it's kind of like a cheat code for skipping the, discussions and stuff. If you see what I mean, no? Please future PhD explain. Yeah, so basically I do believe that the whole like one partner or like two partners, like it works. It worked for 100 ways, for 100 years. But I also believe that the reason it works is because it saves people talking about this whole, like, exploring this whole part of being in a relationship, which is like, oh, attraction to other people. Like, you don't have to talk about it because it's understood that since you're in a monogamous relationship, you don't sleep with other people, right? That's the agreement you have, is that it's you two and no one else, and you can't lust over anyone else. And I think which is why a lot of women get really upset when they find out that their partner watches porn or like jerks off to porn, because it's this kind of line of, oh, he's attracted to other women, but I genuinely believe that you shouldn't force other people into something they're not comfortable with. So let's say you want an open relationship, you're ready, and you want an open relationship, you want to see other people, and it doesn't bother you that your partner is going to see other people too. Because I heard about that, like there's polyamorous relationships which have, it's fucking insane, one dick policy, meaning that the female in the relationship can't have any other dicks than her guys. I mean, she's okay to sleep with other girls, but she can't sleep with other men. And that's not an open relationship. That's just some fucked up manipulation, reverse cuckoldry. But yeah, but like, let's say you come to your partner and you say like, I want this, and they're like, I'm not comfortable with it. Because a lot of people will go along with it and say, I want an open relationship, because they don't want to lose you as a partner, but it's not because they feel comfortable with it. Does that make sense? So they don't feel like, so depending on how you react when they have a problem, when they're jealous, if you react like, oh, you fucking agreed to this, so what the fuck? Like, no, that's not how it works. So you have to have a conversation and be like, look, I want an open relationship and nothing else, and this partner doesn't, you shouldn't be together. No one should like adjust and accommodate. Or like, let's say you decide that being with that partner is more important to you than having an open relationship. Then it's the choice you make that you stay with that person. You should consider having a just chatting segment to talk psychology. Yeah, so I do those. I was actually gonna maybe fit that in today. There's lots of talks today. But now there's this whole other part. If one person is a sex worker, then what? Again, this should be a just chatting segment. You know what? Well, we can do that. Let's do a little bit of. I agree. Let's do a little bit of just chatting. Let's talk about open relationships. Just chatting. Okay. So yeah, no, I'm totally with you. I'm even going to put some pleasant music at the background there. Where was I? You should wait until you get to a good spot to stop the game. It's fine. It's fine. I just paused it. It's fine. It's fine. Because you see, ADHD brain, so I have ADHD, so if I get distracted by something, the moment is gone, the thought is gone. It's just gone forever to the wind. Are you going back to it? Yes, so yeah. I want to talk a little bit about this whole like polyamory thing, and then I want to play some more. I want to finish this chapter today. So yeah, like the part with one person is a sex worker and all. Again, it's nothing new, so it's not modern. So I right, so when I was 18 years old, I worked as a stripper for 3 months at the strip club. Okay, was young, needed money, whatever. I'm not ashamed of it. It's nothing I'm hiding. But at the same time, it definitely gave me a lot of new experiences and insights. Like the reason I quit, for example, like I couldn't do that. It was just too alien to me. I couldn't fucking simper in front of men, like, oh, buy me a drink, like I'm a very blunt person. Like I'm not very good at the whole like flirting for money, but you don't actually, and like dancing, like pole dancing, I actually like that. That was real fun because you don't really need to do much apart from dancing. But the whole like psychology interaction dynamic with men was weird. And I actually realized after 3 months that because of the type of people that would come to the strip clubs, like the type of men that would go to the strip clubs that I would see every day, it would start to affect how I see all the men. Like I just started not hating, but like I started disliking men in general, like within 3 months, just because of, oh my god, the stories I could tell you. But anyway, that's a bit of a tangent. What I was going to say is that we had a few girls who had boyfriends, and they were absolutely fine with that. Like they were absolutely fine dating a stripper. Like they didn't really see it. At least according to them, So that was back. I should go full screen for just chatting. Gotta make that money. Oh yeah, let's do the. See, the problem with full screen, like camera ratio, is horrible. Also, look how big I am. Oh my god, I'm a giant head! Let's move it. Gotta make them money. As long as you're hiding the game, because people might get confused as to what's happened. No, you're absolutely right. See? That's the type of fucking Twitch coaching I need. Right there. Thank you, coach. You're keeping me straight. Absolutely. No. Keep it coming. But yeah, what are we talking about? Like, if one person is a sex worker in a relationship, again, so for me, a lot of relationship stuff is actually really simple. Like, in its essence, it's really simple. Honestly, all you gotta do is talk to other person. That's why you pay me the big money to be a VIP. Yeah. See, that's why you're moving up so quickly. Just keep good advice. Keeps coming. So yeah, in a relationship, all you gotta do is talk to another person and make sure that what you want and what they want aligns, and then you can find a way. Like, it sounds simple, honestly, it sounds simple, like you just need to talk. But talking, I'm VIP for free. I'm not actually paying him, you know? You're all VIPs for me. But yeah, anyway, talking to another person, especially in a relationship, is actually way harder than it seems. Because first of all, you have to sit down and be extremely honest with yourself. Like, you have to be so honest that you accept all the flaws, all the disgusting things about yourself, all the things that are maybe, like, you know, all your flaws, you know, like maybe things that make you look in not such a good light. But it's fine. You make a decision that this is more important to you, or that is important to you. And once you're there, you figure out exactly what you want from a relationship, like how you see it for yourself. And then you go and you talk to the person, but you don't attack them or demand anything. What you do is like you talk to them as an equal, where you just say like, look, this is my perspective, and it's only my perspective. It has nothing to do with you. In a way that, like, you know, you don't blame that person for anything. You don't expect anything from that person. You just lay out your needs, and then you ask that person for their needs. And then once both of you have, you know, figure out your needs, you work on that, and you figure out, it's like, can we make this work? Can we not make this work? Is this more important to me, or is this more important to me? That's just being in any relationship, including like friendships, professional relationships, is knowing how to talk. No, I'm not getting any money, that's just a joke. Yeah. maybe sometime in the future. Listen, if you get my channel to blow up, you get like 2%. How about that? Here's a question for you. If you had a partner who was a sex worker, would you be able to separate their professional life from their private life? So, as I said, I'm an ethical non-monogamist, right? So for me, I don't think it's possible with just any partner. I would have to be secure with my partner. I would have to know that, so for me, the main indicator is how they talk to me. So if I come to them and I say, look, this thing bothers me, and they make me feel like it shouldn't bother me, they make me feel like it's my problem, or they find excuses instead of talking about it, it's just not going to work ever. Doesn't matter what the question is. You see what I mean? So sex work, I think, is important. Because, why do I think that? Well, first of all, you can't eradicate it. It's the oldest profession. I do think it needs to be regulated though. So you know how they used to have brothels and then they banned them? So that didn't kill prostitution. What it did is it made it more dangerous for women, because like, oh, instead of being like in this one big building where they get tested for, you know, venereal diseases, STIs, where they have security, you know, where like people can be, like customers can be thrown out if they're being assholes. Instead of that, it all went to the streets, where women either do it individually, so like they risk their life every time they go to some fucking guy's house hoping he's not going to kill them. Because that's another thing, a lot of people don't see sex workers and prostitutes as people, because they feel that since they're paying to them, they can do whatever the fuck they want with them, which is also a big problem. But anyway, basically, yes, so sex work, I think, should exist, but it should be regulated in a way that is safe for everyone, right? Because like that's why how you have, you know, pimps and stuff, you know, people who just take advantage people who just take advantage of, like, you know, women with issues, addictions and things like that. You can't just ban it. I think OnlyFans, like the reason OnlyFans exploded so much in the past years is exactly the reason of safety and security, is because those girls can make content however they want it, at their own pace, and they can just, you know, distribute it to a lot of people out there without ever having to put their life in danger, without ever having to, like, go to some guy they never met and maybe get murdered. So I think in that sense OnlyFans is a really good thing, but we're not there yet with like actual, so like OnlyFans is more like pornography, right? We're not there yet with actual like sex acts, you know, sex work. So if my partner was engaged in that, I think my concerns would be about safety, including like their safety and safety things like STI and so on. But again, that's a problem in any open relationship. It's like you have to decide, okay, so if I sleep with other people, because like you don't want your partner to step out and then bring back some fucking venereal disease because they didn't wrap their tool. Like that's another thing that people don't think about. I imagine the argument there for strippers at least would be they may see me naked, but only you get to be intimate with me. Yeah, exactly. But it's also, I see it like that which they're providing a service because they're being paid to perform. Like in Amsterdam. In the back of my mind, I will always think about their professional life. I try to separate it, but I will always be in the back of my mind. Well, absolutely, but like, how to put it? I think sex work is definitely one of the weirdest professions out there, in the sense that I'm just trying to think how to formulate it, right? I'm trying to think how to phrase it. The reason sex work is so different from most jobs out there is because what they provide can usually, like, unless you pay money, this can only be attained through someone being attracted to you and wanting to do it with you, right? If that makes sense. Which creates this fucking dissociation in your brain where you realize, oh, they're just working, like it's just their job, but at the same time the act of their job is something you only do generally with someone you love or someone you're attracted to. So it's really hard, like it's so ingrained that it's really hard to separate sex without attraction from sex with attraction. And how do you even know? How do you even know that your partner, like guy or girl, I'm saying girl because I think that's more common. How do you know she's not enjoying that some other's guy dick, you know? Like, oh, what if she like, oh, it's just my job, but what if like she comes, you know? Like just, it can happen, they're having sex. Like, how do you deal with that? Sounds like you're speaking from experience there, May. Can I confirm nor deny I have experience in this matter? More than fair. Exactly, yeah. You see, but again, it all comes back to what you're comfortable with. If your partner is a sex worker and you're not comfortable with it, you should be able to talk to them and then you figure out if that works or not. As in, are they willing to do anything else? Are they willing to like get another job? Or, you know, if they're not, then it's just not, like, you know, there's no reason to make you feel uncomfortable all the time. Is that who I think is mewing in the background? Yes, Atlas came to say hello. So, yeah, in the end, it's like, there are people out there who would be uncomfortable with their partner being a firefighter or a soldier because they don't want them to suddenly die on the job. You see what I mean? So it's not necessarily to do with sex itself, but I do think sex is a really, really complicated thing because, like, we kind of conditioned to believe that sex and attraction are going together. Like, no one's gonna fuck someone they're not attracted to. And when the money comes in, it's like, well, like, let's be honest, guys who pay to a prostitute to have sex with her, in part, keep this fantasy in their head that this woman is actually enjoying the act. Does that make sense? Like I'm not a guy, I don't have a dick, I was about to say I never slept with a woman, which is not true, so I'm bi. But, you know, I don't have a dick, I don't know how it works for guys. But I imagine that during the act, you, like, in order for you to, like, be able to enjoy it, you kind of feel like, oh yeah, she's enjoying it, she's into it. Hopefully. You sure about that? About what? Which part? I gave a lot of hot takes here. Sex but not attracted. Which bit? Like that there can be sex without attraction? Yeah, I think it's possible. I think having sex without attraction is possible, absolutely. Absolutely, yeah. Like, I don't think that girls, I mean, sex workers, I don't think that they're attracted to every single client they have. I mean, it's really nice if they are, but I really don't think that's the case. If that makes sense. But yeah, you know what? Actually, now that I think about it, and I'm not trying to bring everything back to counseling, but honestly, being a counselor is kind of weird in a similar way because, and that's one of the things actually that comes up in therapy, is that there is someone paying you. So, like, part of therapy and counseling is that you need to form like a really trusting, open, safe relationship with your client. But they're paying you money. So there's this whole like dichotomy of, oh, is the therapist telling me this because they actually believe that? Or they just have to say it because I'm paying them money? Or like, I don't know, does that make sense? Like, you know, like, oh, the therapist is being so nice to me, like, it makes me feel, there's a lot of things in therapy that to do with transference. So, for example, when, that happens a lot when clients actually get attached to their therapist and see them as like a parent figure, just because they're so nurturing. It's the job, it's therapy, being nurturing. But they get attached to that person, like, in a different way. Not as a client to a therapist, but as like a, you know, source of empathy and source of nurturing. But then there's this whole like, oh, I'm paying them money, it's just their job. So I imagine now for some of that prostitution aside, the bargain has been struck by two who feel they really need it. What do you mean? Oh, but yeah, two people who are not attracted to each other, but they feel they need to have intimate relationships, so they just like agree to do that. Sorry, I really need to pee. I'm gonna pee. Like, friends with benefits. Yeah. Oh, that's a big topic as well. I'm gonna pee. I'm gonna make some tea and I'm gonna come back. Oh my god, I love conversations like that, honestly. seeing myself so big on the screen. I'm not used to that. Right. What were we talking about? Open relationships. Oh, also I missed a message by our new subscriber. I only studied intro to psych and research methods. Was interesting, but didn't like online studies. Research method. That's really good. That's really good. I think more people need to learn research methods. I think it should be mandatory in schools, especially nowadays with like everyone doing their own research but not doing it correctly. Hello again, cool shirt by the way. Yeah, thank you. I really love it. His idea was to have this just chatting. Oh yeah, that was me. Hey! There's nothing wrong with that. No, that's a very good idea. It's a very good idea. Hello, Atlas. Do you have anything to say? Look! I'm sure people was expecting gameplay. No. I don't think anyone here is like... Let me put it this way, there's so many big Twitch channels out there that I'm pretty sure people who come in here and actually stay to chat actually want to like... Oh, that's gonna sound so self-centered, but like want to chat to me. Or like, you know, don't really care what I do much. As in game or no game. Oh, hail Atlas, yes! But anyway, yeah, that was a really interesting... Friends with benefits. See, the thing is, I don't believe in such a thing as friends with benefits. But then again... So the way I see relationships is that I don't really like labels in general, if that makes sense. That cat is big, yeah! Nice cat, is that the crazy lady starter kit? Yeah, pretty much. His name is Atlas. He's not that big. He's not that big. No, he's not that big. He just looks big. Look. Look, he's not big. He's a long cat. You really don't want to be here. I'm small. I'm actually pretty small. I'm like, what's that in feet? 5 feet. 5 feet. 152 centimeters. Pretty fucking tiny. But Atlas is kind of a big cat, I guess. My cat is half that size, would be scared of that climb. 5 feet exactly, yeah. 5 feet exactly. On the dot. This time. I've met tinier people, I mean not a lot. But yeah, that's also why I was always like, you know, when people are like, oh, like height, you know, in boys, height matters. I'm like, most guys are taller than me. It's not really a big problem. But I do have to make sure if I ever want to have kids that it's someone who's like much taller than me, because I need to balance the genes out, you know? I can't keep getting smaller. I've met smaller people too, they're called little people. You know how people get smaller as they grow old? Like, you know, like all those grannies, they like... I think it's to do with your spine compressing. So that means that when I'm old, if I get to be old, I'm gonna be even smaller. I heard that too, yeah. I'm gonna be fucking... Put some bricks in my pocket so the wind doesn't take me away. Don't slouch. Oh, I'm trying, yeah. That's basically... So, I have a trick for keeping a good posture when I walk. And basically I pretend gonna sound fucking crazy. I pretend like my chest area is to headlights, and I have to light my way. So you straighten up, because if you're slouching, it doesn't work. You see what I mean? And then you walk like that, and you light your way with your chest, and it keeps your posture really great. It works! Listen, it works! See, second year of uni. In the last month of the year, my flatmate moved out and her friend moved in. And she had a friends with benefits relationship going on. Thing was, she liked him, but he actively said to her he's not into her in the relationship sense. See, that's not friends with benefits. That's one person taking advantage of the other, and the other person not having enough conviction to say, I don't want this. Like, this is not working for me. It's the same type of excuse people give when they say like, oh yeah, my partner is shitty, but being single is even worse, so I'm gonna stay with them. It's kind of like this mental gymnastics. Atlas. You have to decide. What are you doing? Looks like you're about to burst into song. But for real, walking with your chest boosts self-confidence, I swear. Yes! It's like, it's also, you don't want to look like an easy target, you know, like, oh. You gotta walk out there proud and look like, so you see, I'm tiny. I can be attacked at any point, and I'm like, wouldn't make, you know, I don't look like someone who can really fight back. But if you have this confidence in you, maybe it'll deter some people. Not part. So yeah, the friends with benefits. Not part way through, a guy left her flat, and her friend was over, and apparently that guy was not the friends with benefits. To this day, no idea who that guy was. Oh. What? Wait, I'm trying to understand what happened here. So flatmate moved out, her friend moved in. She had a friends with benefits relationship going on. She liked him. Not part way through, a guy left her flat and her friend was over. What? I'm trying to understand what happened there. But anyway, like the thing is, like, the whole friends with benefits is usually in my, like, okay, again, I think maybe there's a few rare cases when it can actually work, but then it's probably not, like, I don't see the point of calling it friends with benefits. Like, I think it's the term itself that bothers me, right? It's like, if someone says they want friends with benefits relationship, usually, a lot of the times, it means that they're putting it in opposition to classic relationship, right? And people like that, is basically what they're telling you is, I don't want to commit to you, and I want to treat you however I want, whenever I want. And they think that the whole, like, oh, we're not in a relationship, is an excuse to do that. But, like, to me, it doesn't matter. So, like, the way I describe friendship and always had is, if I have a good friend, like best friend, or just someone I call a friend, not an acquaintance, this is a relationship for me, same as like a regular relationship, just with no sexual element. But I will treat them the same way. Like, I would help them, I support them, they're a really important person in my life, and I expect the same back. So it's like a relationship, but not based on sexual attraction. So when you describe friends with benefits, where one person completely disregards mental well-being of the other person, you're not even friends. Not to me. Like, it's not a friend, it's just a guy who wants to fuck you and not commit and have an excuse to treat you. Like, sometimes girls do that, you know? They just don't, they don't want to accept any responsibility for anything that they may do wrong. because as soon as you try to call that kind of person on it, it's like, oh, you like, I feel uncomfortable when you do this and that. Usually they come back with, well, we're not dating. Like, as if that's the reason why you shouldn't treat that person with, like, respect. Mutual respect. I used to ballroom dance back in the day. My posture was terrible, but my dancing was fair with me hunched over a bit. They used to make us, when I used to dance when I was a kid, they used to make us stand against the wall to like straighten your spine out, and you had to stand there for a while, or you would put like a really heavy book on your head and you walk with it. But that's a really unnatural posture, I think. Like, it's really fucking like you have a stick up your arse. But yeah, ballroom dancing is really cool. I wish I could learn that. My problem was that when I was a kid, they gave me away. They sent me to like ballroom dancing, but the problem is that they couldn't find a partner for me of appropriate height. Small people problems. And it's still a problem for me nowadays as well. But I would love to learn like proper pair dancing, couple dancing, whatever. The friend of the friend who was in said relationship was round, as was the guy who had been with her that night and left that morning. The friend of my flatmate said the guy was not the friend with benefit guy, and I never got a clear answer on that. All right. Sounds very complicated. Sounds very. Do you have a sleeve on both arms? Aren't you? We talked about that. What kind of sleeves? Yeah, I have 2 sleeves. I have one here. Well, they're not really sleeves. There's lots of space still. I need to color this one in. Lots of money. It's too expensive, you know? So yeah, I got this wee lady here. I got Odin's Raven #1. Odin's Raven #2. I got another lady here. And I got a unicorn and a kelpie. They're still kind of like in progress, so that's a kelpie. I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, and a little unicorn. But it's not to do with. So the unicorn is because it's a Scottish national animal. And I got those two to celebrate getting my degree. So I went with a Scottish theme. Looks like a half sleeve with others. Yeah, kind of like the thing is, I don't like getting small tattoos. I mean, I'm gonna have to like fill, like I do want to fill everything. I'm not gonna do my elbows because that shit hurts a lot. But yeah, I do want to fill like spaces here. But the problem is that I'm not big on small tattoos because they sometimes end up looking like stickers. So I have like ideas of what I want to get, but they're all kind of big. So I also want to get a peregrine falcon, for example. But again, you know, I don't want it to be like small because then it's like blurry and smudgy. But I don't really have a lot of ideas for small tattoos, so we'll see. I'm not really bothered like, oh, I want a full sleeve. Like, I don't really care about that. I get my tattoos as they come to me. As in, like, when the time is right, when I have the money, when I have a good idea. So, for example, like the last 2 I got to commemorate me getting my 2nd degree and becoming a psychologist. Yeah. Plus, like, you need to find a good artist. Like the girl on my left, it wasn't like any idea I had, but I just really liked the art style of that girl, so I really wanted a tattoo from her. I mean, I had some idea of what I wanted to add, but I just told her like, look, I kind of want this, you just draw it, and I want to get it from you. Wait, you got 2 degrees? Yeah, so... yeah, so my first profession, like my first degree was in linguistics, so translation and management. And then I worked... Shit, I couldn't even get one. Okay, so first of all, I think... So that's one thing people misunderstand a lot of the times. How old do you think I am? I'm just curious. I mean, it's not a trap or anything. I tried to get a clip of your semi-tattoo tour, but I need more than 60 seconds. This is when your editor would come in handy to highlight my look, I'm gonna give you a letter right now. Roles manager. I was told not to answer this one. No, it's okay if I'm asking, but I would say mid-20s. Yeah, that's I do what I could. No worries, dog spelled backwards. There you are. Look, I just gave you an editor. Woo! Mid-20s. Yeah, that's the usual. So I'm 32 years old. So I had a lot of time to get my shit together, and I still didn't. So it's not as exciting when you know that, not as impressive. So yeah, my first degree was like, I was around 18, 20 years old, and it was in linguistics, translation management, and I was working with video games for a while. And then that industry broke me completely. Like, I had a mental breakdown after a while. Couldn't work, and I was like, I'm not going back to that job ever again. Like, I just can't go back to the office and deal with it. Was horrible. It was horrible. I have a lot of stories from that time. But yeah, and then I was like in the middle of my mental breakdown. I was getting better, and I was like, okay, well, if I don't want to go back to that job, what should I do? And then I was kind of like considering, well, what is the interest that I always had, and what are the kind of things that I'm interested in doing and reading about, even if no one is paying me, like in my free time? And I realized it's psychology. And then, yeah, I just applied to this uni, and I didn't even know they're gonna accept me, but they did. And then I started studying psychology, and I realized, Jesus, that's exactly what I needed. My whole, like, I'm doing exactly what I have the capacity for. Something I have a drive and motivation for, and yeah, it was crazy, and that's how I got my second degree and my second career. Just switched when I was 28. To be fair, going to uni when you're 28 with all the 18-year-olds is a bizarre experience, especially because I don't consider myself to be I don't feel like I'm 32 years old. Like, I fucking look around and I see people with families and children, and here I am living my best fucking degenerate life. I don't feel like I'm that age. But I know a lot of people like that. Like, I think the reality of modern days is that 30 is the new 20, pretty much. It's like 30s are your 20s, but you have money, hopefully. Why I know how old she is, but when I first met her, I thought she was 21. Yeah, she was actually 28, 29 at the time. Yeah, like, I'm really blessed with good genes. I'm not, like, it's nothing I do. Don't ever fucking believe people who go like, oh, if you rub this and that, you look just like me. Like, I have really fucking good genes that make me look young. I also have like a face structure that makes me look younger. I also act like a very young person. So yeah, that's why, like, most people think I'm younger. It's just luck. I'm sorry to hear that. Wait, you're 32, you're barely old enough to legally drink? In what country? Depending on what country. We're talking states. Which I think is way too high. 21, like, dude. It's not stopping anyone. And by the time they're 21, like, the way Americans drink always shocked me, because we had some exchange students who would like come over here, and it's still illegal for them to drink back home, but it's legal here in UK. they would get so drunk, I would like be worried for their health. I gotta stretch my late 30s. Well, you probs blended in well. I did, like I blended in well, but I felt really out of place because you know how we say like, oh, life experience. I never really believed in that. But honestly, I think life experience, as long as you made sense of that life experience and you learn something from it, makes a huge difference. The way you look at things. So like I didn't realize just how much 30-year-old I am until I hang out or like talked to people who are like 18, 20. And it's not like, it wasn't hard for me, but it's just more like they would say things and I'm like, oh yeah, when I was that age, like I would think and act exactly the same, but I'm not like that at all now because of the experiences that I had. Does that make sense? Yeah, I'm planning to do the same thing going back as a mature student. You really should. And honestly, I think psychology is one of the things where they should maybe institute like an age limit. Again, some people are really mature when they're 18, but I thought, like, I was a mature person when I was 18, in general, like people told me. But if I compare myself then and now, I don't know how good of a psychologist I would be if I studied psychology straight away at 18 years old and started doing that. Like, I would miss out on so many insights and experiences that would help me understand psychology better. Does that make sense? Would they say things like glow up, no cap, and all that lingo? It was a lot... So it was a lot of like Twitter lingo. I don't know. I'm trying to think because I use a lot of lingo, like, you know, because like I spend time on the internet. Glow up, no, but maybe things like based, huge W. Well, I mean, I use those words, and those are kind of more recent. Woke. It's just pretty much like you go on Twitter, it's the same lingo. It's the same lingo. Yeah. Hello, things of your mind. Shit, sorry, you have the same color as someone else and I didn't even realize. When did you come in? Shit, I thought I replied to someone else. Hello, I have COVID. I was here before you. True. When I was making my tea, you snuck in past the guards. But yeah, it's just more, you know what it is, like now that I think about, like the main difference that made me feel like, oh, you're so young, is the tendency to take things to the extreme, or like we used to call it maximalism. So it's basically really white or black thinking, good and bad, you know, like, oh, this is bad, this is good, and yeah, that kind of thing, like missing out a lot of nuance. Who would have thought your just chatting would be more active than the gameplay? But I don't want to be this just chatting streamer, just a floating head. I mean, I enjoy it, don't get me wrong, I enjoy all of it. But I do like to switch it up. I like to play, I like to speak, I like to talk. But I have a lot of ideas for just chat. Well, it's not just chatting, it's like reacting, I guess. But there's like a few videos that I want to react to as a psychologist, you know, talk a little bit about it. Things like that. Oh, I recently learned from my little niece, bruh stands for be real you human. No, it's not! Is that what she said? Bruh, be real you human. I think... yeah. How little is she? See, that's another thing that scares me, is that how many kids are allowed these days. Allowed, I say it like, you know, like a fucking boomer. But like, how many kids have access to the internet? 12. Yeah, like, I remember myself when I was 12, and I was like, most awkward little thing. Just like reading books, like my fantasy. Used to be a LARPer, like when you actually like go out there into the forest with other people and you pretend like you're elves and dwarves. Amazing. Now you have like half the kids wanting to be YouTuber or TikToker or influencer. And again, I really do sound like a boomer, but I do see it all the time. Like, it's really worrying me, and the reason it's worrying me is not because it's something I know nothing about. I was on the internet from a very young age, and it was the fucking wild west of the internet of the 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s, when the internet was like unregulated completely. If you think it's unregulated now, you'd be shocked at like some of the shit that was out there. And I know that it like affected me and like traumatized me in some ways. So I don't know, I don't think it's that healthy for kids to go online. Crazy how every kid now has a device of some sort. Lol, and I think how technology at that age they will grow up in. Exactly, but you see, it also worries me. And not because, like, I think technology is really important. But there is so much stuff online that even adults having a really hard time dealing with. That I don't know how, and we don't know how to solve it. That I don't know how like a 12-year-old supposed to make sense of that. But maybe because they grow up in that kind of like environment, they're gonna be better at it. I don't know. The problem is that we're really playing fast and loose with technology, I think. Like I talked about it before, but I do think technology is important, but giving access technology to like absolutely everyone is not always a good thing. Controversial. Just because of the effects it can create in like society, of the effect, like, I mean, fuck, like think about it, like in 2000 we didn't have a term for cyberbullying. It wasn't really something we had a word for. It was happening, but it wasn't happening on the same scale as it does now. It wasn't as ubiquitous. And like there wasn't even a need for a term like that, because there was more bullying outside of online than there was online. So like compared to, like, for example, I was bullied in school physically a lot. It was pretty fucked up. So when we're talking about like online harassment, online bullying, it's real. It exists. It exists. But can you compare it to like physical and emotional bullying in real life? I don't know. I think the effects of it are really different. They're just, yeah, exactly. Like the effects of cyberbullying are real. They exist. But the ways you would deal with it are probably different from the ways you would deal with it if it happens to you in real life. And we're still researching it. We're still finding ways to like deal with it. It's just not been out there for long enough for us to know definitively that, oh, if you're 12-year-old and you go online and you like, you know, spend hours and hours online, it's not gonna fuck up your brain in some way. What did I miss? Oh my god. Well, depends. When did you tune out? About an hour ago. Oof. Yeah, we had like just chatting about relationships, open relationships, psychology, sex workers, technology and children. We covered a lot of ground. Sorry, this was from a while ago, but thank you for advice about union. No, listen, it's okay that it's from a while ago. I'm sorry if I like miss. Genuinely really helps. What was the advice I gave? I don't even remember giving advice, but yeah, about going back to uni as a mature student. Was that it? If you have any questions about like being like studying psychology as a mature student or anything like that, you shoot them. Like it's like I can only share on my personal experience, obviously. But yeah, I'll be happy to do that. Anything that you know. Well, I'm tempted to check the VOD. You go ahead. I mean, it's nothing like. I think most of the things I say are kind of common sense. But you know what I learned in fucking 32 years on this planet is that common sense is not that common. Everyone has, so like when people say common sense, what they mean is my sense, and it should be common. Common sense is precious. Well, you see, I think the main problem is that more like when people think common sense is that they don't realize that someone else might have a different style of thinking. So something that is obvious to you is not obvious to another person. And it, you know, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're wrong, but it's like there is no common style of thinking. Otherwise, psychology wouldn't be a thing. If everyone was like one size or majority. Mind if I ask you what's that notice you left in the lower left? Yeah, no, I don't mind. I'm looking for mods. That's literally, do you want to be my mod? Do you want to fill in an application to be a mod? Because I realized I need people who are here like consistently, more or less. So there's a ritual, yeah? Only if you accept the position. If you accept the position, then yeah, we have to go through the ritual. There's a little bit of rat sacrifice, but like it's not really the rat comes back at the end, but you know, we'll hash the details out. And people who know how to use chatbots, yeah. How did you find initially going back as a mature student, and did you find you started to fit as time went on? I accept going through the right, whatever that may be. Yeah, you'll have to fill in basically the form. I'll send it, fit in, yeah, I'll just a second, so I'll reply about that, because like that's gonna be a big reply about being a mature student. Going through the right, yeah, so basically what I'm doing for the mods is I'm gonna do a form, and then I'm gonna pin it on the channel, and in Discord, you just fill it in. Yeah, basically it's like standard questions like how often you're online, you know. Are you interested? Can you use bots? Things like that. And yeah. Is there a random drug testing? Not here. Not on this channel. I'd be in trouble. No, I'm joking. Now I'm in trouble. You may add me on Discord or DMs. Yeah, exactly. It's just I want to do like a standard form so that, you know, everyone goes through the same process. So it doesn't, even though like I have one person interested right now, but you know. E.g. lol, Brazilian laugh, you know. Favorite online laugh, yeah, no K word, blood type. I don't even know my own blood type. I've been on it, like, I wanted to find out my blood type for years, for decades, and I even went several times to donate blood, and they won't take my blood because my veins are too fucking tiny. They can't put a needle in there to drain my blood, because like one way of finding out your blood type is to become a donor. I can't even become a fucking blood donor, so I don't know my blood type. I really like the rules, by the way. You get... Oh, you like the rules? That's the first plus to be the mod. That's a good answer for a mod. So anyway, let's go back to how did you find initially going back as a mature student, and did you find you started to fit in as time went on? So, first part, I'm gonna separate them, right? Because fitting in is a very complicated topic for me in general. So, going back as a mature student didn't really bother me because, again, as I said, I'm not... So, there's different levels of mature students, right? So, in my class, we had mature students who were like, they have a family, they have a husband, they have a house, they have a car, they're adults. Does that make sense? And like you can tell, or like people who are, you know, in their 50s or like late 40s. So I never really considered myself to be a mature student until I actually started studying there, and I realized, oh, I guess what they call me is mature student. But again, I think a lot of it is to do with perception, because my fellow students looked at me, they didn't see me as a mature, like, and I mean mature student here, like solely based on age. They didn't see me as that age, so they didn't necessarily act that way with me. Does that make sense? So I didn't really feel much different. I did find that studying was much easier for me because I didn't have to learn it again. So I went through it before, and also as a mature student, I partied a lot in my 20s. So I didn't really have FOMO on like not partying, not living up that uni life, which allowed me to focus on my studies more. Because as a mature student, I went to uni for a specific degree. Like, it wasn't just for uni experience or like, oh, I'm 18, I have to go to uni, I guess I better pick something that I kind of enjoy. I had a very specific goal, and I think that made it much easier for me to study. Yeah, I feel like there should be a different term for it. Yeah, but, you know, they call it mature student, I think mainly for like financial reasons. I think you're like in a different bracket or something. But actually studies show that mature students generally do much better. Like they achieve higher grades and higher results than young students. And there's a lot of reasons for that. But I think the thing I touched upon, or kind of one of the main ones, is because you just focus more on the studying. Because like you kind of... Usually when you're a mature student, you do it for yourself. You go to uni because it's something you want to do, and you know that's what you want to do. And you have this kind of maturity to, hopefully, to give up things in the now, so like going to a party, in favor of like staying in and studying so you get a better grade. Hopefully if I shave my beard, I'll lose a few years, lol. I mean, it's not much. So about fitting in, right? Here's the thing. I never really fit in... Jesus Christ. I'm gonna sound like one of those, not like the other girls or whatever, but on, like, I have no way to convey to you that I'm not, like, I'm being sincere. But in general, I never find that I fit in with majority of people. So that was the problem for me at work. Well, problem, you know, a challenge. When I was working in the office. The music is dramatic. It's fitting so perfectly. In school, at uni, like, it really doesn't matter. What happens to me is whenever I'm with a large group of people, so like colleagues, students, like a big class, I find a few people that I make connection, like I try to make connections with a lot of people, but then they kind of start dropping off. Because, well, first of all, I'm only interested in genuine interactions. Like, I'm not interested in keeping up the pretense of friendship or acquaintance just for the sake of it. So if you're not someone who's willing to engage with me authentically, I'm not really interested in spending time or like, yeah, wasting my time. I'm also a very outspoken person, and I have a lot of opinions, but I don't always make myself clear, unfortunately. So sometimes I go on tangents, sometimes I try to make a point, and it doesn't come out as what I'm trying to say exactly. But because I'm outspoken, a lot of people misinterpret who I am and my personality, which is also fine. But yeah, the whole fitting in is like, I don't find that in my life in general I would fit in. And it doesn't bother me because I usually find 1, 2, 3 people who see me for who I am, or at least try to. And they don't hold anything shitty against me, or like, you know how sometimes you're friends with someone and basically they're friends with you, and then you make like one mistake, and all of a sudden they use that one mistake to paint you completely as this person, and they don't want to talk to you anymore. So to me, that means that this person never really was interested in you as a person in general. They were just waiting for an excuse to dislike you. So yeah, like the whole fitting in is a complicated topic for me, because what I would do at uni is, you want something authentic. Yeah, honestly, I feel like I'm the same in terms of only wanting a few good friends. And honestly, you can't keep, like, that's the reality. If you have 50 friends, there is no way you're good friends with all of them. You can't, like, a good friendship requires the same dedication, the same type of understanding and respect that a relationship does. So you can't, I don't think you can realistically have that level of relationship with like 20 people, 30 people. It's, no, like I have friends and I have acquaintances. I don't feel like, I don't, how to put it? If those acquaintances want to hang out with me or do something together, I'm happy to do that. Or like, I'll hit them up and like, oh, we should do this and that. But will I go to them for like emotional support? No. See what I mean? Will I talk to them about like my personal life, my personal problems, or ask about theirs? No. Like if they write to me and want to talk about it, I will do that. But that's like the kind of person I am. I believe that everyone deserves to be listened to. I mean, I'm a fucking counselor. But yeah, on average, like my uni days were just focusing on what I want to do. And that's why like it didn't bother me much like what other students did, because I would only focus on what I'm doing. It's like I wouldn't compare myself much, maybe a little bit. I mean, you need to have a healthy level of competition, because you do need this little spark that will like, put you further and like, oh shit, I need to do better, as long as it's not unhealthy. But I would just focus on my work, I would focus on my essays, I would focus on my assignments, and I would focus on my own grades. So yeah, I would go to student societies based on things that I would be interested in. And usually it was a good mix of different types of people. So in the end, I don't think university is that much different from any gathering of people. Like at work, you have people that didn't choose to be together, but they have to build relationship with each other. It's the same at university. Like none of you chose to be in the same class with those other people. But it's in the end, it's all about what you want and what you want from the experience. Right. I was talking a lot. Nowadays, 30s is the new 20s. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like 30s is 20s with money. Hopefully for sharing it. What are your thoughts on online connections? What kind of connections? So you mean like forming a bond online? Honestly, I feel like I'm the same. It was only a few good friends. You want something authentic. Literally, my circle of friends is only a handful of people. So did you manage to find good friends at uni, or what's that? Okay, so one after another. I did manage to find good friends at uni. Yeah, there's actually people I'm still in touch after uni. I'm trying to think if there's anyone not in my class. So Actually, that's really funny. I never thought about it, but yeah, the only friends that I'm still in touch with from my university days are the ones I made in theater society. Yeah. And that's coming back to like what society. So I was mainly in theater society. I just love theater. I don't know. I love acting. I wish, like, there's actually a little amateur theater in my city that I want to go check out. See if I want to maybe join them. But yeah, I can't, like, and again, it's not that I didn't, like, it's not that I was standoffish or whatever, like, with people in my class. I had great interactions, but it just, I really tried. It just didn't happen. I don't know, it just didn't happen, you know? And I'm not the kind of person to force a relationship when it's not there. Like, it either happens or it doesn't. Does that make sense? Yes, especially across countries, since there is no other way. Yeah, the online connections. Yeah, fellow theater kid, love dram. Yes, I fucking love theater, and I always loved it since I was a kid. I fucking loved acting. It's. I don't know. I think it's because I'm kind of sort of good-ish at it. So obviously you're gonna enjoy something that comes easier to you. Listen, you're my friend. Of course. No, listen. So talking about online connections, that's actually like the reason I keep like circling back to it is because I think like having a Twitch channel is a really good example of it. So I am someone who's been chronically online for the most of my teenage years and 20s just because like I wasn't that good at like making friendships outside. So a lot of my friendships were online friendships, and I don't think you need to interact in real life in order to form a friendship. If anything, so it depends on what, so if like nowadays you can do a lot of things online together and not even feel like you don't know that person. Does that make sense? It's like, it's again, as long as your interactions are authentic, it's exactly the same as real life. I think on like it's as you say, like a lot of, I think I had 2 or 3 relationships that were long distance. So it again, I didn't plan for it, it just happened this way, and the internet was like a big facilitator in that. I mean, I did meet those people in real life, and then it like kind of became long distance, but the reason was because they were from another country. So the reason I mentioned Twitch channel is because I consider like people who come in the chat, you know, like I recognize the names, like we talk about things, like I don't have many chatters here, so I kind of feel I'm skirting on the parasocial here, right? So I'm not trying to say like, oh, you guys are all my friends and I know each and every one of you and I love you, but let me put it this way. Having a channel and talking to people in chat, I try to be the most authentic person I can be in my everyday interactions. It doesn't matter if I'm on Twitch, doesn't matter if I go to the shops, I try to be as authentic as possible, and I engage in authentic interactions with others. So like everyone who comes on the chat, I try and talk to them as a person, as like another person, not like, oh, you're viewers and I'm the streamer, or like I don't really see it this way. And if you think about it, like people in the chat are from all over the place. Like Dog spelled backwards, he's from the States. Igor is from Brazil. Like I've been all over the world. You know, Jackie B. Well, we've been here for about an hour, so I'd say we're great friends. Exactly, kind of like the pen pals of the old days. When you go to check out that theater, please bring me with you. Okay, no worries, yeah. I think they have a meeting on the 26th. So, yeah, I think it's next week. Just try to remind me, but I think I'll remember. Anyway, coming back to the whole, like, online... Oh, did you use the K word? Did you use... I was joking, but I'm glad you agree. We're not friends now, you used the K word. I'm joking. I usually wait about 1 to 3 years to make that call. So I don't really make that calls. Honestly, it's oops, yeah, that's fine. I don't really, it's not important for me, like, again, obviously, yeah, you need to, like, I don't call people friends easily, but I also don't mind calling them friends, because to me, it doesn't matter what you call a relationship, what matters is what it actually is. So the way you call it is, like, not as important to me as what it actually is. So for example, so I was offline for a week, right? And I'm not even joking, like, I was like remembering you guys, and I was like, oh fuck, like, I've been actually missing it. I've been missing going online and talking with you guys, and like, I genuinely, like, for example, I don't know if you remember Lost Am. He used to be on my stream, so he's from Ukraine, and he used to be on my stream when I was playing Death Stranding a lot. And like, he hasn't been in the chat for a while, and the other day I was actually thinking about it, and I was like, oh, he haven't been here for a while, and he's from Ukraine. I really hope everything is okay with him. I never met that person. I don't know what they look like. The only interactions I had with them were through chat when I was playing a game, and we were just like, it wasn't even like deep interactions. But that person is in my mind now. So I do think online really lends itself well to making connections, but I think a lot of people don't want to make those connections. Does that make sense? I used to be a lot more trusting, though I'm usually hopeful. That's understandable. Like I said in the beginning, I was wondering when you were going to stream again, so I understand my sensibility. Exactly, yeah, and like, honestly, that's kind of what was going through my head, is that not... So, you know, some people, they're like, oh, I have to stream every day because that's how I get viewers, that's how, like, if I stay... like, basically, they work on it as a brand, which, nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. It's all about your goal. So, I stream because I enjoy streaming. I stream because I like it. I like talking to people. I like meeting people. Like, I like doing that. I enjoy it. But I was thinking about, like, oh fuck, like, you know, I wasn't thinking about, like, oh, I haven't been streaming for a week, I should get back to it because, you know, no one's gonna watch me again, they're gonna forget about me and I lose my subscribers or whatever. Like, I don't really care about that, but I felt this kind of, not an obligation, but a sense of like, oh, I should check up, you know, check on people in the chat, you know, I should check on people, actually come and, you know, interact with me every day. Like, I actually, like, I wasn't going to stream originally today because I'm still a little bit under the weather, but I was missing it. I was like, no, I'm gonna do it. I really, you know, I really miss talking to those guys. And, like, I'm so happy I did it. You should stream when you want, when you're able to. Exactly, but you see, so the problem is, you know, it's like going to the gym, you know, it's like, well, I mean, I don't go to the gym, but I heard, you know how, like, or getting in the shower, that's a good example. You know how, like, you're like, oh, I need to take a shower, but then you don't want to get in the shower, but once you're in the shower, you don't want to get out. It's the same for me with streaming. So a lot of the times, I'm like, oh, I want to stream, but then I'm like, okay, but it means that I have to sit here for, like, several hours, and, you know, I can't just, like, if I'm not feeling it, like, tuning out 20 minutes after is a bit weird. We can get into the whole conversation that it shouldn't be weird, but I don't know. I feel like if I go online, I kind of owe it to people to make it engaging and interactive for them, like entertaining, that's the word. Yeah, like in a good way, you know, because that's kind of why I started doing it. So then that gets into my head and I'm like, I can't be bothered, I just rather, like, just lie on the couch, watch fucking shitty YouTube videos and do fuck all. But then I actually go online, like, I actually turn on the OBS and, like, okay, I'm gonna stream. And then, like, 20 minutes later, I'm, you know, look, I've been streaming for 3 hours now and I feel like I'm enjoying it. So it's like this whole, sometimes you just have to push yourself to actually start doing, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like sometimes you think you don't want to do something, but only because it's effort, and then once you get over this initial thing, you're like, oh no, actually I'm enjoying that. Doesn't make any sense. I don't know. And how that is probably this just chatting. Yeah, I actually haven't done just chattings in a while. Actually, you could argue that most of my streams are just chatting while I'm playing the game, because we usually end up talking about like weird things. But yeah, just like, honestly, I'm feeling so weird right now because, okay, first of all, I don't know why anyone would be interested in what I have to say so much as to put myself on the big screen and everyone just tunes in and I'm here just spreading little seeds of knowledge. I'm just here. It feels weird. Like I'm not an interesting, like, well, I mean, I think I'm an interesting person, but not more interesting than anyone else. So just chatting is a really bizarre format for me that I would have, like, I want to do it. But at the same time, I feel like, oh, am I being like condescending? Am I being self-absorbed? I don't know. Just chatting is a weird, like, I feel like I need to be doing something else at the same time so that people who are not interested in what I have to say can still enjoy something in the stream. Does it make sense? Have you considered sending yourself messages? Reminders to be specific. What do you mean, messages? Makes a lot of sense. I feel that a lot of the time. Everyone is interesting in their own way. You're smashing it, to be fair. Thank you. I mean, again, and you see what I'm like. I'm really like, it makes me super happy when I say some shit and people are like, oh, that was interesting for me, or like, that was helpful. Like, it makes me really happy, but at the same time, it makes me feel like, why? Not in a bad way, not in a good way, but just, I don't know how to explain it. I honestly don't know how to explain it. It's a weird one. It's definitely a weird one. But it's like, yeah, it's kind of like, I guess I'm really used to trying and be like the humblest person I can, which is really hard because I'm fucking, being humble is not in my nature, let me put it this way. That's something I had to learn. But yeah, and like, I'm just like, don't, you know, put yourself too much out there, as in like, everyone is interesting in their own way, you're not better or worse than anyone else. And then you just sit there and like, talk to people. Exactly, everyone is interesting in their own way. That's exactly, yeah. Let's say you need to do chores or start streaming. Instead of starting right away, send yourself a message 5 minutes from now and then decide whether to do it or not. Kind of like a big improvised play. That's a good way of looking at it, yeah. I mean, I'm not playing a character though, I guess that's a difference. Like, whenever I stream, I'm just, like, I am being more me, I guess, in some ways. It's amplified in some ways. Like a variations on sleeping on the decisions. Solo, yeah, so it's a monologue. Okay, goblin monologues. So yeah, about the message, that's a very interesting idea. So, very long monologue to prefer. Think we're gonna break records. Well, it's not necessarily a monologue because I'm interacting with you. So yeah, the message thing, sending yourself a message and then deciding if you want. So I heard a different one, so I had a variation of that where you, so let's say there's something you need to do, and it's like a task that would take a long time, so you tell yourself, I'm gonna do it for 5 minutes, like 5 minutes is all, and then I'm gonna decide if I'm gonna keep doing it or not. And usually what you find is after doing it for 5 minutes, it's not as bad. But sending yourself a message, see, well, I'm interested, like, would that work for you? Hey, I'm not in display, I'm just a station. That's not true, you're all in display. You know, as I usually, what I used to say before, I'm not here to entertain you. You're here to entertain me. Actually, part scriptwriter when you think about it. Actually, like 99% scriptwriter. If it wasn't for the chat, it would just like be me sitting here talking to a wall, like, huh. So yeah, Igor, like I'm really curious, like, would that work for you? Because I know that, so for myself, it's like, if I decided to do or not do something, it's not gonna change in 5 minutes, if that makes sense. I do know people use that for cravings. So for example, when you like, you know, when you're quitting smoking or drinking or whatever, you get cravings. But the reality is that psychologically, those cravings usually don't last longer than 5 minutes. So if you can manage to distract yourself from thinking about the craving for 5 minutes and do something else, and then, so basically how it works is like, yeah, you're like, oh, okay, I'm craving a cigarette. And you tell yourself, okay, I'm gonna have a cigarette in 5 minutes if I still want to. And then you do something else completely different for 5 minutes, and then you see if you still crave it. And a lot of the times people find that they don't crave it anymore. So that sounds like the variation on that kind of thing, where like, oh, you know, instead of doing something straight away, you send yourself a message and like, oh, okay, in 5 minutes I'm gonna do it or not do it. But I feel like for me personally, in 5 minutes, I'm gonna be at the same spot with all the same information as I had 5 minutes ago. So it's really, it would be more like delaying starting something than actually like making a decision of whether I would do it or not. And I'm really bad with that. Like, I hate, I'm the biggest procrastinator I know. I'm extremely procrastinating, but I also hate prolonging things. So the reason like my procrastination works, like I don't do it, and then I get really fucking pissed off at myself. It's like, come on, just fucking do it already. And then I just do it. But it takes me so long. You'd need more context. I've been doing it for about a year or two now. Haven't tried explaining this idea to anyone else. Well, it is made for cravings or habits in general as well. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so how does, like, yeah, I agree, I would need more context. Yeah, so how that, so like, could you explain how that works for you? Like, I'm really curious. So like, can you give me an example? Like for habits, like let's say you need to clean the bathroom. So instead of like deciding, okay, I'm gonna clean the bathroom, you send yourself a message 5 minutes from now. So how does that work? How does that, because that sounds really interesting, but I never heard of people doing that for like habits and stuff like that. Not something I consider doing, which is why it's really interesting to me. Yes, so you send a message 5 minutes from now, example, start doing the dishes, and if you say yes, then you follow that. And if you get tired of doing it midway through, you do the same. Also, you ask yourself again if See, that's very interesting. I'd like to stop. Then 5 minutes after that, you decide whether to. Okay. So basically, you give yourself 5 minutes either way. That's very interesting. So how, like, and all that's important is that you follow the decision. So how does, like, I guess what I'm asking, like, how that works is how that works for you. Like, how does that help you? So like, I imagine when you don't want to do something, right, it's the same for everyone. It's like they just don't want to do it. Like, it's just this big thing that I don't want to do at all, and I don't see why I should. So how does that help to change your thinking, to give you motivation? could eat an entire candy bar. It can be a bad decision. Right, I see. So you just basically anything you decide to do, you give yourself 5 minutes to see if it's a good decision or not. As long as you follow the same process always, it's all you need. Makes sense. It's like impulse control. Okay, yeah, I get you more. Okay, so we're coming from different. Okay, because I was thinking more like from how to make yourself do something when you don't want to do it. But you mean like in general, to kind of give yourself a buffer. That's a very, very good thing to do. It's delayed gratification, especially for good things. So that's something I started doing for a while, is I try to delay gratification, like in ways that I can, right? So I'm not talking about like, oh, I need to go to the bathroom, I'm gonna wait. But like good, nice things that I really, really want, I slow myself down on purpose, and I don't just like go straight for it. And I try to make myself work for them first, so that I get used to not getting the thing that I want straight away. And if you think the process is bullshit, just say you're tired of it, and 5 minutes you decide you'd like to go back to your old ways. Yeah, no, I mean, that sounds great. Yeah, I don't think it's bullshit. I think there is, like, it's as Jackie B said, it's impulse control. Like, that's exactly what it's, sounds like it's designed to work on that. And I think a lot of people struggle with impulse control, especially these days. Like, I think it's a huge, huge problem that we have everything on demand all the time. And I'm not talking about, like, I'm talking first world countries, you know, but technologically advanced. You can think of anything you want to watch, go online and watch it. You don't have, like, do you guys remember when you had to go to the library because you wanted to read a certain book? Because your bookshop doesn't have it, or you don't know how to find it. Or when you have to, like, do you remember TV guides? It's like you wanted to watch something specific on TV, you would look at the TV guide program for the whole week, you would circle the things you want to see with a pen, you would sometimes even set an alarm clock. Or I remember we had a little calendar where we would write down, like, oh, on that day there's this thing at this time that I want to watch on TV. And you had to wait. It was like, I actually blocked that out as a memory, but it just came back to me. I guess then you avoid making decisions based on emotion. Also, you can call me Jack if you want. Yes! Sorry, just because every time I say Jackie B, it's like Jackie Poo. So it's cute, but you know, when you're trying to say something different, something serious, and you're like, Jackie B, it breaks the seriousness. But yeah, Jack, is that your real name as well? I mean, you know, fucking doxing here. Welcome to the doxing channel. Nice to meet you, Jack. But yeah, decisions based on emotions. But you see, there's another problem with that, is that sometimes we tend to shut our emotions too much when we make a decision. I do think it's possible to get too much in your head and try to be too objective when you're making a decision. I think, you know how people say follow your heart and stuff, or like intuition? I do think sometimes when you make a decision, you can be too logical about it instead of connecting with yourself and figuring out what you want, even if it's irrational, even if what you want is kind of irrational and doesn't make sense generally. So let's say you want to quit your job, but you earn a lot of money in that job. For a lot of people it would be an illogical decision, because like, oh, logically, like, why does it, you know, matter? Why do you want to quit? But if you're not enjoying it, if you're really not happy doing that, and money is not that important to you, then you should listen to that instead of logic on the outside. Yeah, also dumb nickname, because we call jacked potatoes Jackie PS. Where are you from? Jackie P.S. Jackie P.S. I fucking love it. Jackie P's. Jackie P's. Sorry, it's not Jackie P.S. Jackie P's. It's like Mackie D's. Jackie P's. England. Oh, wait, I live in UK. I mean, I'm not from UK, but I live in UK. Who calls them that? Where in England? I do live in Scotland, though. In Brazil, there was a bride who recently jokingly said no at her marriage. She said no. Ha ha ha, yes. She barely took 1 second after actually saying yes. Because my nickname starts with P, it's tough. Alright, Jackie P! The judge called off the wedding on the spot. Oh, because she made a joke no, and then she said yes? Oh, yeah. Oh my god, yeah, it sounds like making jokes about bombs in the airport. Like, you need to pick your moments when you make jokes. Like, I don't think saying no jokingly at your wedding is the time. Or if you're gonna do that, you need to warn the judge in advance. Because he doesn't fucking know. And ask them to reschedule it to 15 days after. He followed the law to its letter. He is right. I mean, again, that woman probably was just joking. She probably didn't change her mind in 15 days. I agree. But like, how the fuck does he know? How the fuck does the judge know that this woman is not being manipulated into getting married? And this is her one way of giving it away and going like, no. Oh yes, haha, I'm joking. Crazier things have happened. I think Scots would take offense to you saying England and Scotland are the same place. No, I didn't say it's the same. I said I'm from UK. No, you're not gonna catch me out. But yeah, England is England and Scotland are UK, but they're not the same. Okay, time has really gotten away from me. I'm going to bed. Enjoy the insightful conversation, everyone. And yes, these have all been quite insightful. It's a good thing. Really? Like, you make me really happy, but it also scares me because half the time I'm like, I'm being insightful, but I don't know how I'm doing it. And if I don't know how I'm doing it, I can't repeat it. I'm gonna be found out. But yeah, it's getting pretty late. Like, have a nice night. Thank you so much for tuning in. I think I have a lot to say because I've been offline for a fucking week. But I'll see you either tomorrow or Wednesday. Again on stream. Might be, but I'm way down south. We do. Wait, she's doing again. So much insight. Okay, 99. Good night, Artie. Have a nice one. Way south. Okay, how south? Like Brighton? Or... That's the most southern... Or Wales. RC Scottish, also GN. Good night. Yeah, he's Scottish. He's actually from the same city as me. He's, speaking of mature students, he's one of the guys he's one of my friends from the theatre group back at uni. So you see? Southampton, boys! Southampton! That's where they send the Titanic from, no? That's where it sailed from. Support the mighty saints. I'm bad at football. So like the whole football thing is something I had to learn after moving to UK. And I tell you what, so... I don't know, am I gonna dox myself here? Not really. So I'm from Dundee. And there's 2 football clubs in Dundee. Dundee and Dundee United. And those are 2 rival clubs. But when I started living here, I thought that Dundee Football Club is short for Dundee United Football Club. I thought they're the same thing. I mean, I didn't get in trouble or anything, but I remember, like, it was several years, and then someone was like, oh, Dundee United. I don't remember how it came about, but basically, I learned that those are two different things, and I was like a light bulb moment. I was like, Dundee and Dundee United are two different football clubs, and like, thank God I didn't do that mistake, you know, in front of like some actual fan. I would have been beaten or something. Yeah, or bad on the Titanic. Well, it wasn't your bad. I mean, you sent it out. It was whole. When you sent it out, it was fine. So I don't think it's Southampton's fault. It's the iceberg fault. Mm. Exactly. And like the whole football thing is really, really fucking touchy here. It's terrifying. But at the same time, so I never lived in Russia. I'm not from Russia, but like I'm from so Estonia is on the border with Russia and my family is Russian. So I've been exposed to a lot of Russian culture. And it's the same in Russia. Like football fans of rival football clubs are really fucking hardcore to the point where if you're wearing wrong colors, you're fucked. If you're wearing wrong colors and like the other football fans with the right color, it's the most tribal thing I can think of, and it really, I don't understand how it's still a thing in the modern society. It's like, it's almost like when people, okay, hot take incoming. It's like, before there was racism, it's like people needed something and they didn't have race to be like all upset with each other. So instead, they did it with football clubs. It's like, oh, you're supporting them, I'm supporting them. This is the wrong fucking club to support. Oh, I'm gonna fight you. You're a shit person just because you're wearing those colors. It's like people needed a reason to be tribal. And which is why I don't believe we can solve any of that shit for another 100 years until we like learn to think differently and not, yeah. Mary Rose was another story though. Who's Mary Rose? Although we can blame Portsmouth for that one. Oh, is it a ship? I don't know all the ships. I always thought Russia was big on hockey. Hockey too, but football, like, well, at least, like, I heard a lot of stories of people beating each other, or like football hooligans beating each other. Specifically, like, Russian football hooligans are hardcore. Like, really fucking hardcore. Pretty much like here in UK. Very similar. Like, the type of shit they would do to each other. Oh my god. But yeah, hockey also, hockey is really big in Estonia because we have a really good team. Research Brazilian torcidas organizadas. Am I gonna be put on the list if I Google that? Are they gonna put me on the list in Brazil? Torcida organizada. Oh, formal or informal associations of football fans in Brazil, in the same vein as Barras Bravas in the rest of Latin America, hooligan firms in the United Kingdoms, and ultras. Yeah, so yeah, in UK they're called firms. I don't know why, but yeah, in UK they call them firms. Like, are great, like, yeah, basically groups of. They're basically like football skinheads. It just, yeah, like in little tribes of people. So true, honestly. Organized fans. Humans are programmed weird, man. You'll probably see how bad it can get. Oh yeah. Oh, I don't doubt it for a second. I mean, we have all of human history to see how bad it can get when you. Basically, the way it works is you see the other group of people as less than human than you are, and that's all you gotta do. And then you can do whatever the fuck you want to them because they're not human to you anymore. You're detached. Boss me around. Hello, do you believe in Freud's ideas of you want to kill your same-sex partner and marry opposite sex parent? Ooh, fucking good ones! Yes, okay. Hello, boss me around. I'm gonna answer that. I'm just gonna finish up the hooligan thing first, but hoo, my boy Freud. Murder Rose was another ship that sank, but it sank like straight from the hub. Imagine the guys like, and back then, like launching ships was a big fucking deal. Imagine all those people just gathered and they're like, yes, fucking yes, and they just look at it, go to... like it's horrible. It's fucking horrible. It was probably a tragedy, but I assume psych talk meant psychology. Absolutely. No. Yeah. I am a resident psychologist. Yeah. It's not a game. It's not a game. I mean, psychology is a game sometimes, but oof. Boy, do the rules suck. That was Portsmouth's fault, and we hate those guys. Yeah, exactly. It's like, those guys have different colors than us. We hate them. Damn, we're getting into psychology. Ooh, yeah. I kind of miss the time when hooligans were the worst kind of tribal behavior we had. I don't think tribal behavior was... Tribal behavior is always worst. Like, it... I don't know. I think we always had it. They actually are rivals in football. See, that's what I mean. It's like... we can't fight with our swords anymore, but we still have this kick the ball game, and whoever's best at the kick the ball is the best person. Unless it's me and the lads looking for beans at 3 a.m. Oh, no. So, Freud's thing. Ooh. I mean, come on. We do know... So, okay. Here's the thing. I respect Freud for one thing. He did a lot for psychology in his day. Was he a good psychologist? Not by today's standards. Was he a good scientist? Not by today's standards, but back then, yeah, as good as everyone. I do think that a lot of back when Freud was publishing his works, psychology exploded as a field, right? And I do think a lot of it came from the fact that Freud would publish another fucking crazy investigation into how, we all secretly want, women all have penis envy, and it would generate so much criticism and so many people going like, that's not true, I'm gonna fucking write that the field of psychology exploded just because like they would read Freud's works and they would go, the fuck did I just read? No. And so they want to prove him wrong, and then they would generate more research. And like technically that's how science is supposed to work. It's like someone publishes something and you disagree and you're like, what the fuck? And you do your own research that shows or doesn't show that it's the same. So yeah, Freud is a really important figure. Do I believe that you want to kill your same-sex parent and marry your opposite-sex parent? No. So Freud pioneered clickbait, not psychology. What a genius. Wait. Where are you from? So I'm from Estonia, but I live in UK. And I also used to live in France. To put it in perspective, Southampton fans ritually have a chant about a child being told to shoot Portsmouth fans by their own mother. And it regularly gets chanted against to this day. Ugh. Cocaine is a hell of a drug. Yeah, Freud was doing cocaine. I wonder what Freud would have to say about that. Listen, I would fucking love to talk to him. I would love to talk to that crazy Austrian. But one thing I heard about Freud is that he would never engage in arguments with other people. Like, he would never engage in arguments that would challenge his opinion. And that's a pretty shitty quality. Like, basically he was like, so here's the thought I had. I investigated it, and people are like this. And then if you disagreed with him, he would just go, okay, I still believe what I believe, bye. Like, it's not, it's not a behavior for a good scientist. Clickbait is psychology technically, yeah. It is, I mean, it's based on psychology 100%. I think most of Freud's theories were pretty much correct. He was just being hyperbolic and it didn't apply to everyone. Like, I don't think you want to kill same-sex parent. You just learn aspects of how to compete by competing with your same-sex parent. Man, Freud would have hated Twitter. I think Freud would have loved Twitter. You joking? I think he would have loved it. Debate wise, not facts wise. Sounds healthy. I mean, I don't know. I don't know the man. I never met him. Maybe it was healthy, but you can't shut away from any discussion because then you assume that your conclusions are the right ones, and it's not always the case. Does it make sense? Sometimes you have to listen to other people, and I mean, you don't have to listen to everyone, but you listen to them and you like, okay, you have a point here, you have a point here. Here you don't have a point. Penis. So yeah, so basically, yes, post me around. I was about to say that. So basically, yeah, I have the same opinion personally, but that's also coming from a lot of research. So I do, the way Freud propositioned it, the whole Oedipus complex is, okay, so I'm just going to describe it how he described it, and then I'm going to tell what my problem is with it and what I agree with. So the way he would describe it is, you would have all those stages of childhood, right? And it's a certain stage of childhood you develop, he said, it's a sexual attraction to the opposite sex parent. So if you're a girl, you would be sexually attracted to your dad, and if you were a boy, you would be sexually attracted as a child to your mother. And the way he would see it is, but your mother or your father wouldn't give the same type of love back to their child as they do to their partner, so to their husband or their wife, right? So they wouldn't. And so the child would see that. They would see that, oh, okay, the thing that I want, the opposite sex parent is giving it to, okay, let's make it easy, right? It's a boy, a mother, and a husband. So the boy looks at his mom and he's like, I want to fuck my mom, but she won't fuck me, but she fucks my dad. So in order for me to get what I want, I need to emulate my dad, and then my mom will fuck me. That's like simplified. That was his theory, simplified. And basically, yeah, and then we look, so like the child looks at the same sex parent and they emulate this behavior and they become like a role man or role woman, right, in society. And if that complex is not resolved, then the child will grow up with Oedipus complex, which means like they would have to compensate, they would be overly attached to their mother, like they just wouldn't get over it. And in girls it's called Electra complex. So daddy issues is like, the technical term is Electra complex. Daddy issues, but it's basically the same. If a girl doesn't get over it, Mr. Maxon. We're talking about Freud and his theories. But anyway, so what I don't agree with, let's put the music back on. What I don't agree with is the sexual attraction. I don't think children have sexual attraction to their parents at any stage of their development. I do think they have attention. So like when you're a baby, you get all the attention you want, right? Then you start growing up and you're not getting as much attention anymore, or you're getting a very specific type of attention. And then as a kid, you want everything. So you want this other type of attention that your other parent is getting, but not because you're actually sexually attracted to your mom. Like, I mean, usually kids don't even know that their parents are having sex. I mean, my parents never had sex. I don't know about you guys, but I've been found in a cabbage patch, and my parents never, mm-mm, and I never have to think about it. There you go. I'm joking. Um, but yeah, it's just like because the child learns about the world by observing everything, and then like, okay, this is like, so my dad is acting differently, so I'm gonna emulate my dad. But kids emulate their parents in general, like they're kids that emulate their mothers. I don't think it's that cut and clear. So I do agree that this mechanism is there probably so that we can learn how to behave like as a role model, but I don't really think, like, I basically think that children in general, the way they develop is they just look at adults and they try to emulate them, and that's about it. Like, it's not, it just, yeah. And the whole like jealousy for attention is just that, it's just jealousy for attention and not attraction. If that makes sense. And what was another one? Penis envy is probably just kind of his weird version of the grass is always greener on this other side. I don't know. So the penis envy is really fucked up one. Like, I don't. Yeah, the penis envy one is because there's a whole thing about it's like certain things that women do because they want the penis. Like, why the fuck would I want a penis? Anyway, like that one I completely disagree with, and I can't really see the grain of truth in that one. But here's the thing, you have to remember that Freud was living in a very different time, and women at that time had a very different class privileges in society. So I think context in that sense matters a lot. I feel like Freud might have been onto something about the role models, but he had some weird shit going on that muddied the waters. Well, yeah, how do you feel about dreams? Just a second. So yeah, as I said, like, I think other psychologists after him described it and posited it way better, which is basically to do with children learn by looking at adults because they're children and they need to learn how to survive. Like, every animal does that. Fucking kittens learn by observing their mom. Any animal does that. Like, human children learn by looking at their parents. Human children are also very self-centered because that's their only way to survive. If their mother abandons them, or father or whatever, they can't survive. So for them, the attention and love from the caregiver is essential to their survival. And if they don't have it, their survival is a problem. So yeah, I think the way Freud describes it is it's just too much of, it's just too contrived. What is the word I'm trying to say here? Contrived. How do you feel about dreams? Do you think dreams have meaning or just random? I personally think they're just random symbols sent from your pons attempted to be interrupted by your thalamus. Ah, very interesting. I do think... So, and this is something I read a research about, right? So, like, there's a lot of theories about dreams, right? Like, there's the one you described, is that it's just random signals. So, I don't know. Should I have a big brain poster there? The brain! But yeah, basically, I don't want to fuck up, so I'm gonna look it up. Pons is like the little thing at the medulla, yeah, in the midbrain, right? Yeah. Oh, you can't see my browser. Just so I explain a little bit. Browser. Not the right one. Okay, give me a second. There we go. Pons. Pons is like near the stem. Yeah, the bridge. So yeah, so basically Pons is this little area on the bottom. This is a nightmare. This is a fucking nightmare. There we go. And it's basically something that controls Jesus Christ, what are they called? See, some psychologist here. Basically automatic things, so like things you can't control, like digestion, you know, your digestive movements, nervous system, things like that. And thalamus, it's frontal lobe, isn't it? No, it's in the cerebellum. Jesus Christ, I forgot all of this. Like I'm not even kidding. Neurochemistry was my favorite subject, but because I have ADHD, I forgot all the fucking terms. So yeah, it's like in the cerebellum, and it's basically to do with receiving signals and interpreting them, so like signals from the nervous system. So basically what you're saying is, that's one of the theories, is that dreams are basically like our pons send signals from the nervous system, and they're interpreted by thalamus in a way that makes sense, or like some sort of sense. So I personally more of a opinion, or like I personally inclined to believe the theory that dreams are basically a product of, it's like brain digestion, if that makes sense. So basically during the day you collect a lot of information, a lot of things happen to you, like really a lot, right? And when you go to sleep, this information needs to be consolidated. So when you sleep, there are certain things, like certain information that you got gets sorted. So let's say during that day you did something, you learned something new, and your brain just goes, okay, this one we need, we keep this one we don't fucking need, get rid of that. The other thing that happens when you sleep is actually there's this protein that gets flushed out of your system, out of your brain, which is called what is it called? I know that, see, like I always remember the concepts. I fucking forget the names unless it's something I use every single day. Like terms, I'm really bad with. What is it's a protein. Please. Uh, CSF. And CSF is I'm literally trying to find the name of the protein. Because we've got to learn something. Including me. They just got glymphatic system. Yeah, cerebral spinal fluid, tissue. Oh my god. Damn, I feel like I'm starting my degree early. No worries. Hey. So, oh my god. So basically, okay, I can't find it right now. They just call it toxins. But basically, it's a very certain protein. So I'm looking up. Okay, so basically, when we sleep, and they discovered it recently, well, recently, like 2015, 2013. When you sleep, your CSF is cerebrospinal fluid. Basically, it flushes out buildup of this certain protein in your brain. So, for example, why do people die if they don't sleep? Like if you don't sleep at all for 5 days, I think you will die. Like you will literally die. You will cease to be. And the reason for that is there's this protein building up when you're awake. It builds up in your brain, and when you sleep, it gets like reduced. It gets flushed out. And that's the type of protein. That's a protein that they also connected with Alzheimer's. So people with Alzheimer's have a lot of that protein in their brain. Beta amyloid, yes! Oh, you beautiful bastard, thank you. Yes, beta amyloid. Fucking can't believe this. Beta amyloid, that's exactly what it is. Amyloid beta. Thank you. Oh, I could kiss you right now. Yes. So basically, beta amyloid is this protein that gets flushed when you sleep. And I think that dreams come from a similar kind of system. Because they call it glymphatic system. So the system that flushes out the toxins from your brain when you sleep, it's not just one part of the brain, it's several regions of the brain. So we can see that there are certain regions of the brain that are associated with vision, with movement, that are actually active. For example, you know why people have sleep paralysis? It's because when we fall asleep, our body goes in paralysis, so we don't act our dreams. Because for your brain, when you're dreaming, it's kind of happening, if that makes sense. Like that's why nightmares are a thing. It's like in a certain way, your dreams are actually realistically happening from the perspective of your brain. Like you're actually doing it. It's the same as if you imagine doing something, you're halfway there, like in as far as your brain is concerned. So if you imagine, like they did those studies with an MRI where they would put people into an MRI machine and they would ask them to imagine you're jumping, imagine you're dancing. So like people would just be laying there but imagining themselves dancing or thinking about dancing, and the things that would light up are the same regions of the brain that light up when you actually do it. Which is why dreaming about something you want to do is actually not a good idea, or like imagining yourself doing it too much is not a good idea, because then you lose motivation to actually do it. Because in your brain it's like, oh, we already done that. My bladder is really good then, because sometimes I imagine emptying it, but luckily it doesn't happen in real life. But it does happen with some people. And when we're like, yeah, so like you basically your brain developed like mechanisms. But that's another thing, because I would say, so it's not even dreams leaking into real life leaking, but it's real life leaking into dreams. So it's not that you go to the bathroom in your sleep and that's why you want to go to bathroom in real life. It's usually that your bladder is really full, but you're not waking up. So in your dream, you're doing the thing. Or like, I don't know if that ever happened to you, you know, when your alarm clock becomes part of your dream, gets incorporated. Wow, dad jokes now. Oh, I always been big on dad jokes. But yeah, so basically, like, long story short, I think dreams do have a meaning, but not like, it's not like, oh, I dreamt about a black rooster, it must mean I'm secretly gay or whatever. Like, I don't think it's like that. I think it's more things that happen to you during the day, being reflected in your dreams. And like, I'm someone who has dreams every single night, and I've always been like that for as long as I can remember myself. I have really vivid, intense dreams every night, and all of them, well, not nightmares really, and all of them have the same themes, and it's usually like the themes of things I struggle in real life. So for example, like, a lot of my dreams are to do with people being assholes to me, for example, you know, like, it's really bizarre, it's like dream logic, but like, in my dreams a lot of the times I'm like trying to defend myself, and people are just like making fun of me, or I'm chasing away I'm being chased and I'm running away, and I close doors, but then at the last moment, like, they're open. It's like closing doors is a big theme in my dreams. Being responsible for someone small is a big theme in my dreams, and usually, like, when I think back to my dreams, I can usually connect them to something that was happening to me in real life, or some emotions that are bothering me. So I do think dreams have a meaning, but I think, like, it's not a created meaning. It's a meaning from what is happening with you in real life during your waking hours. My most usual dream nightmare are Japanese horror themed. That's very interesting. So do you, what do you think? Like, why are they Japanese horror themed? Like, do you watch a lot of anime or, Jesus Christ, I don't mean to sound like a therapist, but like, for example, I have that, The Grudge and The Ring. Interesting. Like, I do think the content of the dreams have a lot to do with like what we're exposed to. Because, you know, for example, how your brain can't make up a face. So anyone you see in the dream is someone you've seen before. So even if you don't know them in a dream and you're like, I've never seen that man, it's someone you saw somewhere. It could have been just for 5 minutes, like at the shop. But your brain can't create a face from nothing. Which is also why a lot of the times people have dreams about people they know in real life. So like sex dreams about friends or people you know in real life. But it's not because you actually want to fuck that person. It's just because your brain is just going like, okay, so we're gonna have a sex dream here. I don't fuck it, just slap this face on, I don't care. Oh, you're an Inception. Ooh, yeah, how do you know you're awake? That's a good one. I mean, I usually know that I'm awake is because I want to go back to sleep and this is fucking shit. That's usually, if I have to do a lot of shit I don't want to do and life is hell, I'm usually, oh yeah, we're awake. Or you're in this, yeah, lots of horror films. So you watch horror films and then that leaks into, see, that's what I mean. Those never last that long, unfortunately. It's been a while since I had any of those. Hey, that must mean you're like sexually satisfied. Or just not important. Like, yeah, I think people put too much importance to sex these days. I'm not gonna go down that road right now, though, because we're gonna be here for hours and hours. Read some interesting theory about the narrative of dreams being applied after you wake up and try to make sense of it. Okay, so narrative of dreams being applied after you wake up and try to make sense of it, but while asleep it's just random images influenced by your lived experiences. So it's like you create a story after you wake up. But no, because when I wake up it makes way less sense than when I'm asleep. I don't know, it's an interesting theory, but to me it's the opposite. It's like while I'm dreaming, it makes perfect fucking sense. 5 seconds after I wake up, it makes sense, and in my head it's like, oh, this whole story happened. And then I try thinking about it. Like I used to try and have a sleep journal, but the act of trying to explain what happened was just not working because there's so much implied shit in that story in the dream that you just can't explain it with words. You can't verbalize it. It's like it just is, okay? It just fucking is. You're the closest thing I ever had to a therapist, by the way, after this stream. Oh my god! Well, thank you. I mean, don't take anything I say here as medical advice. Obviously, I always put the disclaimer. There's not, like, without me knowing you specifically and your story, I can't, give advice like that. But yeah, I'm, when it comes to psychology and, like, mental health support and emotional support, that was one of the biggest things for this channel, apart from, like, playing games and stuff, is I want to reach people with that. And I think psychological education is very important nowadays. I just want to reach wherever I can. I feel like it makes me feel really sad that you don't have access to like a proper therapist. Again, I don't know if it's because you don't want to or because like it's quite expensive, and also it's really hard to be seen by a good therapist these days just because there's so much demand. So it kind of makes, like, I do think more people could see therapists, I wish it was more available, but at the same time, I'm really happy that this gives you something. Now I'm happy to be self-reliant. Again, like, as I always say, as long as it works for you, it's not wrong. Little stipulation, as long as it works for you and it doesn't hurt anyone else, it works. There's no right or wrong. Having Elle in my life has been vital for my mental well-being. Yeah, we're joking about me writing a whole dissertation. And yeah, in Brazil, that's rather expensive considering the median income. It's expensive here as well. And it's very interesting that a lot of people don't deem it necessary for their health. Like, if they have physical issues, they happily spend money on, like, supplements and medication and all those things, doctors. But when it comes to mental health, people just let it be and try to deal with it themselves until it's too late. And then it's too late. Which is really, like, my goal in life. Big fucking goal. But, like, what I'm trying to do is to put psychology on the same level as physical, and like to put mental health on the same level as physical health, and to promote the idea that physical health and mental health are equal, if that makes sense. Equally important and equally health. Oh, hello Atlas, look at you. It's rather expensive, yeah. Like that, and that's what I mean. Like, that's little toes. That's what I mean. It's like psychology is weird. Is because you just want to help, or like counseling, not psychology, counseling specifically. Is that you want to help as many people as you can, but you can't. It's just impossible. Totally blanking here. It's like it's just like I have an internal crisis. Like, you want to help people, as many people as you want, but you can't. And then all the thoughts just led my brain. No, what I was trying to say is, so yeah, it's like, so you want to help people for free. You want to help people that don't have access, but at the same time, you got to work and you got to feed yourself. So you can't do this type of job completely for free, especially because it takes so long to learn it. But at the same time, there are people out there, there are counselors out there who take insane amounts of money for treatment. So like I know people who charge £100 an hour with a client. And I get it, like you've been studying your whole life and so on, but at the same time, that means that the only people who will have access to your services are people who can afford to pay £100 an hour, and that's a very specific group of people. So you're only catering to one small percentage of population. And what makes it worse is that there's a lot of people nowadays, because of that go into psychology and counseling, not because they actually want to do it, but because of money. And that's like one of my biggest problems with the industry and psychology, is that it fucking terrifies me how many people there are that don't even care about psychology or helping people or actually like good at it. They just do it because it's a means to an end. They just want to earn money with it, and then they fucking release shitty self-help books, or they want to do it because they think being a counselor or a psychologist gives weight to their opinion. So they're doing it for like selfish, narcissistic reasons. Hello, Atlas. You know the type of people I'm talking about is like the type of people, and like I do that sometimes as well, you know, sometimes I'd say something and I would add like, well, I'm a psychologist, so you know, I try not to do that. Like, I'm really trying to keep an eye on it, because it shouldn't matter whether I'm a psychologist or not. But there are people out there who, like, you can tell they think that having a degree in psychology makes them more something, more knowledgeable, more like I see that all the time. It's fucking first year student syndrome, where they learn like enough psychology to talk about it, and then they start diagnosing every single person they meet, and they start diagnosing everyone they know with all those things, like, oh, my mom has a personality disorder, retrospectively, you know. And it's like, well, you studied psychology for like 3 years and you think well, yeah, I honestly think like the next step for psychology and mental health would be getting it on the same level as physical medicine is. Same level, the same level of respect, and the same level of regulations, and the same level of education. That's what I'm hoping to see. I don't know. These days, there's a lot of charlatans out there. Not naming names. Oh my god, even the music stopped. Wookie knows who I'm talking about. He knows. Part 20, by the way. Oh, over in... what? Not over here! Also, how? Part 20 now. Oh, the stream! The stream time, yes! I was like, you know that meme with the fucking math graphs you've been putting in the hours. I didn't even notice. See, time fucking flies when you're talking about things you actually care about. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that fucking crazy? That time is not a chore when you're doing something you enjoy. But yeah, I also had, it's ruined now, but I had 6 viewers, 66 followers, 6 subscribers, 6 sub points. So it was 66666. But now I have 68 followers. I'm not complaining. Let's get it to 666 followers. Yeah. But you're right, it's almost 2 in the morning. Whoever came up with this just chatting idea should get a raise. I know. As soon as I found who's responsible, as soon as I find who's responsible for that brilliant, genius idea, I'm gonna promote them. Oh. But yeah, well, to be fair though, I'm gonna be honest. We're gonna start wrapping up. Not because like I could sit here for another fucking 2-3 hours and talk about psychology and you know all the stuff that's interesting. But I do think I need to go to bed. Mostly because I'm still recovering from my flu. The undisclosed flu. The sleeping is for the weak. We just... Jackie B! Mr. Jack Potato. Mr. Jacked Potato. Oh no, it wasn't you. It was dog spelled backwards. Sleeping is for the weak. Sorry. People that can't handle people that can't handle their beta amyloid. Exactly. We just talk about it. Sleep is essential. Sleep deprivation is one of the worst things you can do for yourself. You're gonna end up with fucking Alzheimer's or worse. Sleep. I prescribe good night's sleep to all of you. So you can stick around, and I'm gonna be fucking 80 years old, and I'm gonna be still streaming, and you guys are gonna be here, and we're gonna be like, oh, have you seen the kids? And you're gonna be like, yes, I have seen the kids. That's what I want. Free drunk state. Okay. Yeah, alright. But anyway. Oh, by the way, dog spelled backwards. Free psych session. Woo. I mean, we're gonna have another one. I do need to finish that game. Sooner or later. But I'm gonna be online again tomorrow because this just gave me so much energy. I feel like the sickness is leaving my body as we speak. 4 or 5 sessions, exactly 4 or 5 sessions. You guys are gonna be all cured. We're gonna form our mental health goblin army. It's starting. It's all starting. Any faith healers and better not be. Not on my fucking watch. But yeah, anyway, dog spelled backwards. I'll just call you dog. No, that sounds weird. But I don't want to call you God either. I'm gonna call you Jimbo. I could do with healing my faith. But anyway, where in the States are you from? Because that's a huge place. And you all have different times. Midwest. What's Midwest? I'm gonna look it up. Midwest is... Oh, the Midwest. The Dakotas, the Wisconsin, cheese. Nebraska, the corn. Illinois, potatoes? No, that's Idaho. The BB. Is that what you were gonna say? No, I was saying like Midwest. I'm gonna Google Midwest. Where is the Midwest? Is that what you're gonna say? The BB. Yeah, it's the Kansas. All right. That's a lot of states. So that's the Great Lakes the Great Lakes Legion. the Great Lakes region. Man, I really want to, like, so I've only been to California, So like LA and Orange County and San Francisco. Never been anywhere else, but I would really love to like get. I mean, it's not. It's such a cliche want. A lot of like everyone I know wants to do that, but yeah, I just want to like rent a car and go on a road trip through the states and see all the like tiny states that never get mentioned. Want to go to Wyoming. Really want to go to Wyoming because there's like 2 people living there and it's huge. That would be amazing. Also because I really love the word Wyoming. It's such a cool word to say, like Wyoming. But yeah, I'm whenever I talk about the States, I'm the most like ignorant. So you know, like sometimes you have people from the States who are like unaware of Europe and the ways Europe works. I'm the same way, just the opposite. It's like I know everything about America from the films and TV shows, and you guys love your Twinkies, and that's the accent you all have. I mean, I'm just, you know, I'm just making fun here, making light, but yeah, I would love to go see more of America. Me too, yeah. I know almost every Brazilian state and several US states. Man, Midwest had me stumped. Yeah. Yeah, Brazil, like, I would love to go to Brazil as well, but isn't it kind of dangerous there? And I don't want to be like sexist or whatever, but like especially for a woman. And not because like... Okay, let's not say for a woman, me. I'm fucking tiny. Is it dangerous for me? I'm shocked seeing how bad a few Americans are at geography. Yeah, but you see, but at the same time, like I agree, but I'm not like the best at geography, but I think the reason people from Europe are better in geography is because like we have a lot of countries on that continent, so we kind of have to learn it. But for example, if you ask a European person the geography of America and like where each state is, they wouldn't really know. I mean, like the ones on the coast, maybe, like California's on the left, Florida's on the right, the fucking dick. You know, but yeah. Research anywhere but Rio. A lot of info on Brazil tourism focuses exclusively on Rio. Alright. No, I never really research in that sense. Like, I usually rely on people. Like, I'm more inclined to believe someone who lives in the country. If that makes sense. Like, I trust you more than I trust my own research in that sense. The states that are mentioned in movies a lot, you'd know. Well, I mean, yeah, but like they mention a lot of states, like Wisconsin, Idaho. Like, yeah, a lot of the like, if it wasn't for my accent, I think I could pass for an American to someone who's not American. Just by sheer knowledge of American culture that I gained from watching movies. You know what I mean? Like, I think I could, yeah. Could pretend. I mean, fuck, I celebrate Thanksgiving every year, and I'm not even in America. Just for the fun of it. Can vouch, don't have clue about where US states are. Rio does have a reputation of being dangerous to tourists. The rest is more dangerous to its own citizens. Well, again, like, I wouldn't go on my own to Brazil, maybe. But at the same time, I went to a lot of places on my own in the past, like Iceland. But Iceland is not really dangerous. Yeah, I don't know why, like, I don't know if it's prejudice of me or not. But I feel like Latin America in general is dangerous to travel alone. Is this a prejudice take? Or am I like, basing it on someone? You'd be fine. Okay. I would love to see Cuba. Like, that's another, like, my blue dream is to go see Cuba. I don't know why. Just love the culture, love the vibe. But you see, when I go, like, I'm a travel, like, okay, so usually when I travel and I visit a new country, the cubes, one of my dream, oh, the cubes, Cuba, Cuba, the cubes, I really like the cubes. I got it. One of my dream trips is to New Zealand to do the Lord of the Rings tour. Yes, exactly, same. Want to do that, want to go to Australia, want to go to New Zealand, want to go to Tasmania, want to see Asia. So I saw a lot of Europe just because like it's all nearby, and I've been to like one state. But yeah, I really wish I could travel more. New Zealand Lord of the Rings trip is a big dream. Yeah, I'll fight you for it. But anyway, what I was saying about traveling is that, see, for me, when I travel, I don't really like. I used to do couch surfing. So, and the main reason, okay, obviously like saving money on the, you know, hotels and shit like that. But the main reason for me to do couch surfing, which is like it's this website where you find people from the country you're going to, and they have a couch or like a spare bedroom, and you can stay over, and then you do the same for others, right? So I used to do that a lot because my main reason was I wanted to meet people who are from that country. So when I go visit a country, I want to meet the culture, but I want to see like real, again, authentic culture, you know. Also, like, so people who actually live there, who are from that country, they'll show you way more interesting and amazing things than you will find in a tourist guide. So, for example, if I were to go to Brazil, I would probably reach out to Igor and be like, oh, hey, like, want to show me around or whatever, like, have any recommendations on what to see? You know, things like that. Because, I hate touristy places because of the crowds. I fucking hate queues. I hate 100 people wanting to see the same thing, even if it's a really amazing thing. Like, it just drains me. I'm like, I can't believe I spent 2 hours waiting in the queue, freaking rubbing shoulders just so I can see this one thing. Like, it just, no. But at the same time, I want to explore the culture. I prefer using surfboards personally. I never surfed. Oh, couch surfing. Haha. Is that a dad joke again? But yeah, but I'm also like very much a gastrotourist. I call it gastrotourist. Basically, whenever I go to a new country, I'm most interested in food. Like, I'm here to eat, to try new things, and to eat everything I see. That's usually the main reason for traveling, is what kind of food you got. I mean, I'm just most interested in food regardless. Well, yeah, absolutely. But like, you know, new food, like for example, like I know Brazil, they do a lot of like meat and grills. What are they called? They have the special. They have a name for that. What's Estonian food like? I mean, it's okay. It's okay. A lot of pork, a lot of cabbage, a lot of potato. It's very much, I guess, it's very similar to fish. A lot of pickled fish. Very similar to German cuisine, because like Germans brought a lot of their cuisine. Very similar to Danish cuisine, because again, and a lot of Russian as well, like a lot of Russian influences. So it's, yeah, basically pork, potatoes, cabbage, like stewed cabbage, pickled cabbage, a lot of pickled things, a lot of pickled things. Kebabs. Pickled fish sounds interesting. Really? Pickled herring. Yeah, but I think a lot of countries have that. Pickled herring. I don't like pickled herring, apart from the way they do it in not Amsterdam, Netherlands. It's like, it's this, because it doesn't have a strong taste, I don't know how they do it. But yeah, like a lot of cured salmon, things like that. For Christmas, so a traditional Christmas meal would be fried cabbage, potatoes, not cranberry, the other berry, or cranberry jam, and some blood sausages. I feel like you wouldn't be able to taste the fish. Oh no, you taste it, like herring is, you very much taste the fish. Oh, you taste the fish. And like, everyone I know from Estonia loves pickled herring, and I wish I loved it, because everyone I know who loves pickled herring, they're like, oh, nom, 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 nom. Oh, this is amazing. Oh my god, this is the best thing ever. And I always feel like I'm missing out. But every time I try it again and again, it's just wrong for me. But maybe one day, I think one day I'll get to the point where I'm like, yes, pickled herring. Because you know why else it would be amazing? Because it's so fucking cheap. So it would be so great to really enjoy a really cheap food. That would be the best. But instead, I like things like red, like salmon roe. Salmon roe. Like red caviar. Which is like expensive as fuck. Or salmon, you know, like cured salmon. Never tried that. Yeah, it's for acquired taste, I think. Want to though. Yeah, I mean, I recommend it to anyone who can afford it. But yeah, I do like seafood. I do like seafood and fish. Anyway, sorry. I am gonna. We're 2 minutes to 2 o'clock. And I just like talking about food just suddenly, I don't know why, I feel so hungry all of a sudden. There's no reason. So yeah, I'm gonna go get myself to bed, wrap up really cozy, and hopefully feel well enough to stream again tomorrow. Maybe we'll even play the game again and actually get through it. Yeah, thanks for the stream. No worries, Shakti. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for, you know, being so active in the chat, and everyone else as well. Hope you feel better tomorrow. Thank you, me too. I mean, it's a matter of time. We started off with sex working and ended up with food nice. I know, right? 2 best things in life. Have a good night until next time. Igor. Thank you so much, guys. See you later. Yeah, I'll hopefully see you guys tomorrow. I'll post up the mods application form tomorrow. I'll do my best to do that. Anyway, have a good night, guys. Thank you so much for joining me today. I'll see you next time.